Good morning, madam.
Good morning, Madhumita. How are you?
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
সুভাষী জয়েন করে গেছে।
Okay. So, should we begin now, sir? Okay. A very good morning to all our dignitaries, academicians, faculty members, and our dear students who are present here with us today. On behalf of Khatra Adibasi Mahavidyalaya and IQAC, I, Madhumita Bishwas, extend a warm welcome to you all on the second day of our 2-day national webinar, Gender Matters, Texts and Contexts. As you all know, we have a very prominent set of speakers lined up today as we had yesterday, and with your enthusiastic help we had a very successful first day yesterday, and we are hoping we will be able to have an equally nice and thought-provoking session today as well. With that thought and hope, I would now move on to uh, our next speaker and moderator, and I would request our head of the department, Dr. Tuhin Mujumdar, to say the welcome address to our participants and speakers. Tuhinda, over to you.
Thank you, Madhumita. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to our viewers. I, Dr. Tuhin Mujumdar, Head, Department of English and Organizing Secretary of this 2-day national webinar, on behalf of the entire fraternity of our college, extend a warm welcome to you all to the second and final day of our webinar. We have been fortunate enough to receive an overwhelming response and even crossed a viewership of 2,000 in YouTube as of yesterday. Educational institutions, as we all know, across the globe are now compelled to exigency closure owing to the ongoing pandemic. Hence, urged by the onus of keeping the academic fraternity, including our prime stakeholders, our students, intellectually engaged, the Department of English, Khatra Adibasi Mahavidyalaya, under the aegis of its internal quality assurance cell and abiding by the directive of University Grants Commission, is organizing this 2-day national level webinar on gender matters, texts and contexts. Now, when our convener, Madhumita Bishwas, Assistant Professor in English, came up with the idea of entitling the webinar as Gender Matters, we thought it might resonate with the recent issue of Black Lives Matters, considering both being intersecting to the idea of discrimination and its appeal for sensitization towards balance and cohabitation. However, as we browsed more, we found that there is an Indian blog by the name of Gender Matters as a project from Center for Social Science Research, which works towards achieving a gender just society. We also came across 2 cutting-edge books on gender matters, namely Dr. Leonard Sachs' Why Gender Matters and Laura Shepard's Gender Matters in Global Politics. Yesterday, the inaugural day of our webinar went according to its schedule. At the very outset, I must express my sincerest gratitude to our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bankura University, Professor Dev Narayan Bandyopadhyay, who took time out of his busy schedule to inaugurate this webinar and also shared his keen and brief observations on the topic of gender sensitization. Our first speaker for yesterday was Professor Nilanjana Dev from Department of English of Jadavpur University. Her topic was entitled Strong Hearts, Strong Hands, reading indigenous women's poetry from North America, Turtle Island. Her talk was based on a relatively neglected area of study and hence offered a unique opportunity to explore what it means to be both indigenous and female in North American context, reflecting their complex struggle as individuals who are marginalized by their race, gender, tribal status, and religious affiliation. Our second speaker was Professor Dhriti Ray Dalai from Department of English of Banaras Hindu University. She spoke on negotiating negative bodies, linking disability studies with gender, and also foregrounded issues of gerontology, body shaming, politics of inclusion, and body politics. And our final speaker for yesterday was Professor Sneha Kaur Chaudhary from the Department of English, West Bengal State University. Her topic was entitled Exploring Victorian Gender Construct in Fouls, the French Lieutenant Women, which was presented by our convener, Madhumita Bishwas, owing to health concerns of the speakers. Today, we are fortunate to have with us Professor Nandita Banerjee Dhawan, Director, School of Economics, Jadavpur University, Women's Studies, Jadavpur University, Professor Sonia Shahu from the Department of English, Jadavpur University, and finally Professor Girish Power from the Department of English, University of Hyderabad. Now, no address is complete without acknowledging the encouragement of our respected teacher in charge, Sir Professor Kollan Kanti Dotto. And finally, I would like to appreciate the efforts of our convener Madhumita Bishwas, our technical advisor and the go-to man, Dr. Mohammad Asif Iqbal, Head Department of Mathematics, our advisory members and senior colleagues, IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Alok Bhomik, our Teachers Council Secretary, Dr. Parthu Sarathi Hati, our English Department faculty member, Ujjal Bishwas, Assistant Professor in English, and Krishna Laye, State-Aided College Teacher. Last but not the least, my token of appreciation for technical assistance to Sri Shubhashis Dotto and our very own Sri Shivobrato Dotto, familiarly known as Bapida, for aiding in our related works. I have already taken much of your time. I am sure all are excited to hear our renowned speakers. However, before I pass it on to our convener, I wish to end this brief deliberation with the hope that the takeaway of this webinar should be aiming towards restructuring gender relations towards a more human, equitable, and a gender just society. Thank you. Over to you, Madhumita.
Thank you so much, Tuhinda, for your wonderful welcome address and your appreciation of our team as well as the organizing committee. Now, we would move on to our formal academic session and the first session of the day. Today, we have the privilege and honor to have with us the Director of School of Women Studies, Dr. Nandita Banerjee Dhawan, to be with us and present a lecture. Before I get into the introductory and formal bio note of her, I would like to say that Dr. Dhawan has been my teacher since my MPhil days, and she has been an extremely nice teacher and a humble person throughout all these years, supporting me and nurturing me in every step of my life. And it is my privilege and utmost pride to be able to invite her today in front of you all and introduce her. So now to give a short bio note, Dr. Nandita Banerjee Dhawan teaches at School of Women Studies, Jadavpur University, and she is the director of the school. Her research interests lie in the areas of feminism, gender and intersectionality, higher education, urban restructuring, intimacies, etc. She has co edited a volume titled, and I quote, Intimate Others, Marriage and Sexualities in India, and she has also published a reader on women's studies titled Mapping the Field, Gender Relations in Contemporary India. And let me add, this book, Mapping the Field, is a gold mine of gender related ideas, and we studied so well. Anyway, without further ado, I'd now like to welcome our madam, Professor Nandita Dhawan, to take the stage and share her lecture with us. And I'd like to also mention that her discussion's topic is From Conjugality to Intimacies, the Politics of the Personal. Ma'am, a warm welcome to you, and please now initiate your lecture. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Madhumita. Am I visible? More than that, am I audible? I think visibility is not the... Okay. So thank you so much to Khatra Adibasi Mahavidyalaya, the Department of English and IQAC. It is such a big honor to be here, to be able to speak to all of you, though it would be really even much better had I been able to meet you in person. But anyway, in these trying times, there's not much we can do about this. I begin by thanking the teacher in charge, Professor Dotto, the organizing secretary, Professor Mojumdar, and the whole webinar organizing team. It is so important and such a big honor and privilege also on my part to have the convener of this webinar as my former student, and as Madhumita so humbly kind of introduced me. I think, Madhumita, it's such a great um, privilege on our part to have our students, our former students, organizing such important webinars on such important topics. So I won't delay this further, and let me get to the topic of my talk today. With your kind permission, I would put off my video, and because I'll be presenting, I have a PowerPoint to present, because it's very peculiar to talk to a blank screen in front of you. So I thought maybe PowerPoint would be a better idea. So I think we have some time for discussion at the end of it, so I'll try to present within time. So Madhumita, I'm just trying to do my presentation on the PowerPoint.
Yes, ma'am, please do. Okay.
Yeah, I hope it will not be a problem. Is it visible as of now? No?
It's visible.
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, great.
Full screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it full screen, and I'm not being able to. Somehow the full screen is not happening. I don't know why. But I think that should be okay, right? No, but it would be better if I make it full screen. Just a sec. Has it become full screen? No.
No, ma'am, not yet.
Ah, not again. I think
But
I'm again.
nevertheless, ma'am, it is visible. It's completely
I think it's
visible.
okay, right? But
Yes,
I wish
ma'am.
it was full screen. But anyway, let me start.
Yes, ma'am. Please do.
Yeah. Just a sec. I know why it's not visible. Yeah. Anyway. So I hope it's visible. Let me start, yeah. So conjugality is the basis of heterosexual marriage in a patriarchal family. With a heterosexual couple, I need to make it full screen. I'm so sorry for this. Not
Ma'am,
happening.
please take your time. No worries and no
So
hurry.
someone
Please
have
take
to,
your time.
someone will have to help me because I don't know why it's not coming as full screen.
Uh,
Please.
yes, ma'am. We can actually help you with that.
Yeah,
Uh, uh, First of all, you have already been able to do the share entire screen option, I think.
yeah.
Uh, then you need to just within that window, you just need
Mm.
to click on that button that says full screen, and it is supposed to show the entire screen. And we might need to wait for a few seconds for it to actually come into action, I think.
I know, but I'm doing it in a way that I did last time. Yeah, I think now it should be available. Is it okay now?
Yes, ma'am. I think it would be okay in a few seconds,
Yeah,
as we are all dependent on this,
I
network.
know, I
You can
can
see the full
understand.
screen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can see the
it
full
might
screen.
take a few seconds, but I think it is going to work.
We can see the full screen.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
you can see it. Yes,
So
ma'am.
sorry for this,
No, ma'am. No,
typical
ma'am.
and
No
expected
issues.
technical glitch. Anyway,
No, ma'am.
so
Please continue.
yeah, so as you can see the title, I start off by saying that conjugality is the basis of heterosexual marriage in a patriarchal family, with a heterosexual couple being the unit of such a family. So the social and political ramifications of the patriarchal institution of marriage are constituted in the historic separation of the public and private sphere, with women ideally placed in the private sphere. This constructed distinction has had fundamental consequences for women's political, economic, and cultural marginalization. To understand the political marginalization of women, I think it's important to understand that while I go on with the talk. Let me start from the Western political theory of social contract. The critical contract theorist Carol Pateman had critiqued the apparently anti-patriarchal social contract theory by Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. She pointed out the suppressed gender subtext of the social contract, where Pateman argued that while principles of equality and freedom were operative in the public sphere, relations of domination and subordination were legitimized in the private sphere. She further uncovered the power relations that operated to separate the private and the public spheres. The social contract theory, argued Pateman, continues to assume husbands' conjugal rights over wives, and thus redefined the rights in private domain as non-political. Thus, for Pateman, the sexual contract was a story of women's subjection, where legitimate relations of domination as well as subordination existed. So the sexual contract was therefore a shadow myth behind classical social contract theory. However, others like Susan Okin and Nancy Fraser have extended the marital dyad to the larger social and patriarchal institutional context. They have characterized the institution of marriage as a cycle of distinctly asymmetric vulnerability, and they refer to how women's responsibility for childbearing and gender division of labor within the household help shape labor markets that disadvantage women. So, this leads to gender inequality and discrimination, that is, unequal power relations in the economic marketplace. And this further reinforces unequal power in the family. Scholars, namely Hilary Standing as well as Shomita Sen, have shown how legal structures, cultural structures, are intricately linked with conditions of employment. For example, one's status of employment will definitely affect the conditions under which decision regarding her marriage is taken in the family. They also show how gendered ideologies of marriage and their cultural and social structures determine the terms on which women gain access to employment. Moreover, the choice of jobs for married women in the gendered labor market depends on negotiations within their families. Thus, female workers have been flexible more for their families than for their employers. These scholars, therefore, disrupt the public private binary to show how these spheres have always been mutually constitutive, especially with regard to marriage. The fact that marriage is a public and political act becomes clear when we focus on how the institution of marriage in India is premised on the transfer of a woman from one family to another, and how it is ruled by negotiations based on caste, class, and religious boundaries. Such an important work done by Uma Chakravarti shows how marriage in the formulation of Brahminical patriarchy is a gift of a virgin from one caste brother to another. It is marriage which produces caste, and it is the practice of endogamy which reproduces the caste hierarchy in the society. And it was obviously none other than B.R. Ambedkar who said and spoke of intercaste marriage as one of the significant steps to reduce caste prejudices and transform the exploitative caste order. So, though we have the Special Marriage Act 1954, which allows intercommunity marriages, we still find Khap Panchayats ruling against intercaste marriages. There have been killing of young couples in the name of family honor, for violating the caste rules of endogamy and exogamy, that is, for marrying out of their caste or for marrying within the same clan. Honor killing seems to have been normalized, despite the Supreme Court ruling that any attack on an adult woman and man opting for an intercaste marriage is illegal. Caste is important even in the so-called self-proclaimed progressive sections of society. And for that, we have to check out the Patrochai or Patrichai matrimonial advertisements in newspapers or websites. The mask and pretense of the so-called casteless, modern citizens of a society is laid bare when we look into what are the norms and regulations ordering the formation of so-called conjugal relationships. We saw its strains during the Mandal Commission, proposals in 1990-91, where unmarked casteless female students, and I keep the unmarked casteless in a quotation. So, unmarked casteless female students in a massive student protest against quotas and in favor of merit held placards which said, and I quote, "We don't want unemployed husbands," unquote. Thus, marriage is essentially a public and a political act that aims to reproduce the dominant social order. Just a sec, sorry. It is in this context that we need to go back to the constitutional framework of India for a comparative political framework with the Western political theories that we've been talking about. We find that the framers of the Indian Constitution, in their bid to create a more inclusive democratic structure in independent India, emphasized on the need for social, political, and economic justice for women. So while women were granted access to and equality in the political and public sphere, the Constituent Assembly had formulated a new configuration of the sexual contract, which Keating has refers to as the post-colonial sexual contract. By ensuring that men continue to dominate in the family by approving personal laws that discriminate against women. Therefore, the story of the post-colonial sexual contract became simultaneously a story of women's emancipation as well as their subjection. So, though gender equality became a fundamental right codified in the Constitution, discriminatory personal laws on issues of marriage, divorce, maintenance, and inheritance continued in the personal sphere of the family. The framers of the Indian Constitution thus set forth a fraternalist process of formation and preservation of community identity and its autonomy through control over their women. Thus, Hindus, for example, preserved their community identity and autonomy by controlling their women through their personal laws. And as we know, women have always belonged to the communities, which have been headed by men. They never owned the communities. Similarly, Muslims preserved their community identity and autonomy by controlling their, quote unquote, their women through personal laws and so on and so forth. While patriarchal structures were reinforced in the community, the public sphere was favored to be homogeneous. The framers of the Indian Constitution chose to abolish measures such as reserved seats for the lower castes and communal electorates for the religious minorities, which could have ensured minority group political strength. Thus, the public-private dichotomy continued in the Indian context as well, though in a different way. In the 1970s and 80s, to fight the public-private dichotomy, feminists had contested discriminatory personal laws to instead demand a uniform civil code, which was already present as Article 44 as non-binding directive principles in the Constitution. The feminists wanted a uniform civil code with gender equality as a premise, such that the post-colonial sexual contract can be destabilized. Later, however, with the Shah Bano case and the happenings after that, given that the issue of women's rights was subordinated to the imperatives of majoritarianism and minoritarianism, feminists chose to distance themselves from the UCC demand. Instead, they tried to rethink the whole issue of gender justice from a broader perspective, based on democratic principles. They have pointed to the necessity of delinking the question of gender justice from issues of national unity, which was considered, in the mainstream discourse of uniform civil code. One of the reasons to implement the uniform civil code was that it would result in national integration. So the feminists wanted to delink the question of gender justice from issues of national unity or uniformity in terms of the communities, as well as communalization, which have been foregrounded in the mainstream discourse on the Uniform Civil Code. Moreover, the issue of personal laws in the discourse of UCC has also reflected the competitive patriarchal context between religious communities. So, for example, the assumption is that since Hindus have reformed themselves in terms of codification of Hindu personal laws, other minority communities should follow suit. Or more patronizingly, they need to raise themselves to the level of the majority community. Moreover, if the minority communities talk of retaining quote-unquote special privileges through personal laws, they are not patriotic enough to give up on their religious rights for the larger cause of national integration. They become very important here. First, that the question of gender is clearly compromised because a uniform civil code reinforces the public-private divide, rendering invisible that these spheres are mutually constitutive, which the feminists have all along been trying to show. Also, the focus of the Uniform Civil Code's debates primarily on the inequalities and differences between the communities because of separate personal laws, and not on how gender injustice prevails within each personal law. The second point of importance in colonial India and thereafter have created unified and homogeneous versions of religious diversity in beliefs, sects, and practices in diverse regions and classes, which has been so wonderfully shown by Kumkum Sangari, within different religious rubrics, were scarcely incorporated in these new homogeneous religious groups. So the personal laws of discrete religious communities actually ensure the fixity of religious boundaries, and they reinforce fixed identities of religious communities. These further undermine religious plurality, thus actively facilitating the othering, quote-unquote othering, and denationalization of minority religions. It is in this context that I want to refer, or I'll come to that later. It is in this context that we have to realize how the question of interreligious marriages still remains controversial in present times. And I would like to draw your attention to one of the interreligious marriages which had taken place in Kolkata in September 2007 and had become a big media event. I hope you remember when the daughter of the industrialist Priyanka Todi, quote-unquote, eloped to marry a lower middle-class boy, Rizwanur Rahman. The girl's family had opposed the marriage. There were sharp binaries created in the discourse, of course, in terms of class, in terms of Priyanka Todi belonging to a higher class in comparison to Rizwanur Rahman, in terms of religion, Hindu versus Muslim, in terms of geopolitical location, whereby the Todi stayed in a huge mansion in Salt Lake and Rahman's stayed in Tiljola, as well as profession, where the Todis were from the business class and Rizwanur Rahman used to work in a computer center. So it was obvious that marriage between two such individuals disrupted social orders of an ideologically conservative framework. It was alleged that Ashok Todi, the girl's father, had separated the couple with the help of top echelons of Kolkata police. The controversy began with the death of Rizwanur Rahman, when his body was found beside a railway track. The then police commissioner brushed aside the death of Rizwanur as a, quote, and I quote, simple case of suicide, unquote, even before the postmortem reports were released. He also added that such cases of interreligious marriages and eloping of girls from quote unquote respectable families were unacceptable morally. And he said the police had intervened in such cases in the past and would continue to do so in the future as well. This was not surprising given that the question of intercommunity marriages had always been controversial in Bengal since colonial times, especially from the early 20th century. And Pradeep Kumar Datta's work is very important in this context. Hindu-Muslim marriages, right from that point, have been projected as acts of transgression, where romance and elopement are subsumed by judiciary and media into rhetoric of communal abduction. So even in 2007, after India gained independence more than 50 years, despite the existence of the Special Marriage Act 1954, the action of Kolkata police rendered quote-unquote transgressive marriages, such as that of Priyanka Rizwanur, made out of personal choice, quote-unquote illegal. So though there was a legal act in favor of such marriages, the whole Priyanka Todi Rizwanur case signifies that such choices were still made not accepted socially, as well as in certain ways made quote-unquote illegal, illegitimate in that sense. This marriage showed us how the state speaks in two voices. The police engaged in disciplining women who abrogate familial authority, while other agencies of the state protect their rights as citizens to marry out of their choice. And this is where we also see a very clear contradiction between women's rights as citizens of the country and their membership in the community. So while a woman is given her due respect and rewarded for following gendered, familial, and community norms, she is termed as a quote-unquote deviant woman who has to face punishment or threat of expulsion if she chooses to go against the norms of the family. Her legal right as a citizen of the country to marry out of her choice stands in clear contradiction to the social norm of being the quote-unquote good woman to marry with parental approval. After her husband's death, Priyanka Todi returned to her father's home when she finally broke her silence in an interview published in the Telegraph. The interview represented a quote-unquote changed Priyanka from an individual who had dared to question all social norms to a docile 23-year-old whose priority became her family's well-being. And the most crucial question asked by the reporter was, and I quote, "Why did you leave home like that instead of trying to explain to your parents?" Unquote. And she replied, I quote, "Looking back, that is one of the things I regret. I made a mistake by not getting my family to meet Rizwanur and get to know him better before marriage." Unquote. This reflects the core of patriarchal reasoning and arrangements which induce notions of guilt and fear in women after they go quote unquote wrong. So Priyanka Todi does issue a public apology. The family obviously does not. This case exemplifies ways in which citizenship rights of a young and quote unquote deviant woman who transgressed gender and social norms to make the quote unquote illegitimate choice of marrying a man legally from the other community were violated. Now to come to how the conjugal has become the repository and has been the repository of powerful utopian desires. The utopia of a boy and girl falling in love is strongly associated with portrayals of love in films, literary texts, and television shows, in which the advertisers have tied the purchase of beauty products, jewelry, cars, high-tech gadgets to success in love and happiness. So in Bollywood films on NRIs, I'm sure most of you have watched it, Le Jayenge, we see the contemporary idealization of what Patricia Oberoi calls the arranged love marriage as a solution to the conflict between obedience to social norms vis-a-vis individual freedom to marry. In DDLJ, for example, we see a clear respect for parental authority, in contrast to the Bollywood films of the 80s, where so you have this. I'm forgetting the name of this film. What was it? Ek Duje Ke Liye. Yeah, where the couple would quote unquote elope to get married, and most of the times die in the climax of the film, as if to pay a price for the same. However, interestingly, we also need to remember that elopement is understood completely differently among the poor, who are faced to take loans for marrying off their daughters, thereby entering into a never ending cycle of debt, losing productive assets like land, livestock in the process. One of the project research that we were doing, some parents from these families also expressed relief because they do not have to pay dowry when their daughters elope to marry. So, thus, we see that social norms and legal regulations are definitely mutually constitutive to construct various forms of the quote unquote legitimate in different contexts. This process of construction of the legitimate, through the interplay of gender, class, caste, and religion, renders invisible the ways in which gender justice continues to prevail in the institution of marriage. However, this is not to say that women have been passive recipients and followers of social norms. Marriage negotiations in the family as well as outside have resulted in the acceptance, contestation, rejection, and redefinition of the legitimate in marriage. These processes have simultaneously empowered women and rendered them powerless, made them active agents of change as well as passive recipients of marriage norms. To conclude, I would just like to say that we've seen how rebellious possibilities of intimacy can send ripples to the public sphere of life. And a change in intimate relation can lead to challenging and changing social practices. We have disrupted the public private binary. We've critiqued the heterosexual institution of marriage not only for its gendered ideology, but also for being the only legitimate way to be in a relationship. Some questions therefore become extremely relevant and important. Why should conjugal relationships in marriage be the most important relationship and not just one of the many other relationships, both within the family and outside? Do we at all respect the right of individuals in the true sense to not marry, to remain single? Do we respect their rights to not have children, their rights to have alternative sexuality practices? And do we willingly and respectfully allow the required space to individuals to have homosexual relationships? Do we allow them, quote unquote, allow them the right to queer their living relationships? How do we, as responsible citizens of the society, perceive women or men who choose to be single, or who are widows or widowers, or who have divorced or separated? What about those who are old and live alone? Can we think of support systems for people outside our blood relations? Can we think of different kinds of family structures other than those based on blood relations alone? I would therefore end by suggesting a shift in the lens and framework from conjugality to the framework of intimacies. And here, by intimacies, I mean interpersonal relationships that involve both physical and emotional intimacy, both sexual as well as non sexual intimacies. So it may be a non sexual relationship between family, friends, or acquaintances as well. So I suggest a shift in the lens and framework from conjugality to the framework of intimacies so that we can view marriage as one of the many forms of living instead of being the hegemonic form of living and an institution with its violent exclusions. I think I'll leave at that and hope we can have some discussions if anybody's interested. Yeah. Thank you, Madhumita. I hope I've not taken too much of time.
No, ma'am, thank you so much for your wonderful and most insightful lecture. It was truly a pleasure listening to you today. And you have talked about so many pertinent issues of today's world. And these are the issues that we are actually facing every day in our everyday realities, actually. And I would like to actually especially thank you for bringing into our view the issues that due to this pandemic and due to other crises in the world that we are actually somehow bypassing, I think, because obviously now there are other health concerns that are actually clouding our mind, and so definitely we do not as often we used to do not as often we talk about talk about the Todis or the Rijanu Rahman case actually. So obviously, and how the Bollywood is representing and how it actually works to construct this uh, binaries, that is very important. And actually thank you so much for bringing this into our notice. So ma'am, there is this observation from one person, and rather many people actually. They have written that very outstanding presentation in terms of theme, PPT expression, representation, and its contexts. This is from Vishwanath Mohapatra, assistant professor. We have other questions as well. One of our students have asked a question,
Yeah, please.
and I'm reading it to you. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are audible, please.
Okay. Our student has asked, how does the heteronormative institution of marriage co-opt the otherness of queer life slash sexuality when we celebrate legalization of queer and gay marriages? And she also adds, do they become subsumed within the overreaching normative ideologies of heterosexist patriarchy?
Yeah, a very important question.
Yes,
Uh,
and just share your views on it.
yeah. So I think you're extremely right when you say that the heteronormative appropriates in certain ways the otherness, or rather, I should say, it is the other sexualities, non-heteronormative, in the domain of non-heteronormative, uh, which in many ways or in certain times and contexts, and there've been studies which have kind of, because they've been legalized, and once they are legalized, they try and appropriate the heteronormative forms of living together. So you within the conjugality of the non-heteronormative, you have certain kinds of um, imitating the idea, the structures that the conjugality in the heteronormative structures follow, which I think in certain ways um, does reinforce the same kind of gendered power relations within the couple, which in certain ways they were trying to critique. So, on the one hand, while the queer groups critique the heteronormativity, and they are moving out of it to, uh, I would say, expand the whole intimacies into a continuum. There are certain ways in which the legalization, or the bid to kind of stay in couplehood, it kind of also, they appropriate certain practices and structures of the hegemonic heteronormative, which it tries to in certain way disrupt. So I think this is, I don't know whether I've exactly answered your question, but just kind of, it's not about answering it, more about kind of thinking aloud in terms of trying to discuss as to how then, therefore, the heteronormative and the ideology and the structure of it is so difficult to kind of displace, and even if you displace it, whether we are at the risk of reappropriating it in some different fashion. So therefore the of the heteronormative also has to kind of be questioned very critically, which I have tried to do in my presentation. So though the queer, I mean, there has been so much of important work along queer sexualities, but I think along with that, we'll have to continue to also question the so-called normalized, the heterosexual as well. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. We are going to move on to the next question.
Yeah.
Bishwajit Dash, he
Mhm.
has asked to you, don't you think we should deal with the three basic administrants, physical power, financial power, and social ignominy that give rise to all sorts of exploitation? Maybe he is asking about how to deal with these things actually in the context of gender, I think.
Yeah, I don't know whether I've got him right or not, but of course, the power relations in the society is something that I have also tried to kind of address in my presentation. Because when we're talking about physical power, we're talking about financial power, we have to look at the social relations, right? And when we look at social relations, we have to talk about caste, we'll have to talk about the intersectionality of gender, caste, class, and religious community. And I think that's exactly what I was trying to uh, show, that uh, just critiquing marriage at the level of the individual will not do enough. So although the sexual contract is such an important, input from people like theorists like Carol Pateman, and that definitely adds to the political theory of how we look at democratic relations. But on the other hand, we will also have to remember that marriage, at least the institution of marriage, has its own structural power relations, where caste, um, community relations between the majority and the minority, the fixity of religious boundaries, kind of add to certain hegemonic, positioning of certain individuals, right? So the upper
Uh,
caste, Hindu, middle class would rather be the ones who are dominating. Yeah.
Ma'am, can I just ask you, rather
Yeah,
request, I should
sure.
have asked you earlier.
Hmm.
Can you just put on your camera? Actually, it's
Oh,
off.
sorry,
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Actually, because I can't see anybody, it's almost like,
Yeah,
you know.
ma'am. These are the few technical glitches that we are all are actually facing these days. Uh, just switch on your camera so that we can actually see you while you are speaking. Thank you, ma'am. Um, I would move on to the next question. One of our students, Konika Soren from second semester, Khatra Adibasi Mahabidyalaya, she has asked, how can we eradicate the tendency of inequality against women in India before COVID 19 and post COVID 19? Nandita Di, now your audio and video both is off. If you could kindly
Yeah,
switch it on.
yeah. Can you get it now? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
now you are visible and audible both
Okay,
actually.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Uh, did you hear my question or should I
Could you
repeat,
could
ma'am?
you could you repeat it once? Yeah.
Yes. A second semester student from our college, Konika Soren, she has asked, how can we eradicate the tendency of inequality against women in India before COVID 19 and post COVID 19?
Well, I think the urgency to eradicate gender inequality has always been there, because as I was discussing even in my talk, that despite the fact that gender equality is a fundamental right, we still haven't been able to, gain the very basics of how to kind of choose to live a life of our own. But of course, COVID-19 has worsened the situation. If we look at especially gender and its intersectionalities, and if we look at how women who have been in poor families are obviously triply burdened. Disabled women, they are triply burdened. Domestic violence cases have increased to the optimum. People have lost livelihoods. So, integrally, women are the worst sufferers anyway, but even women is not a universal category of, it's no more a universal category. So within the whole category of women, there are disabled women, there are lower caste women, there are tribal women, there are the migrant laborers, there are the domestic workers. All of them have been further disadvantaged. So I think that though COVID-19 has brought up a lot of other issues, as Madhumita was also pointing out, we should not remember that gender equality will be further, you know, worsened, and more of gender inequality, along with its intersectionalities and its complexities, will be taking place. So we need to kind of have policies which also kind of, look at women's economic, social, and cultural empowerment. Yeah, that's what I feel.
Ma'am, we are going to take just another question.
Yeah.
There is this question from Vishwanath Mohapatro, and he has asked a very potential question, I think. He has asked, what is your opinion about the quote unquote potential rapist? Actually, as he has mentioned, because recently we had this incident happening about the potentiality of this crime happening. So he's asking about your opinion on it. If you could just elaborate a little, that how do we actually handle this particular terminology in the context of inequality and violence against women.
Yeah, I think a very important question because if you talk about potential rapist, how do we look at the word potential in the first place? I mean, of course, rape is a physical act, but before that, it's also the rhetoric of rape, the ideology of rape, the how we look at the whole question of violence and against women, as well as how we look at the whole concept of respecting women in the first place. So it is about, as Professor Shefali Moitro calls it, that how do we look at sexism, patriarchy, or androcentrism? So, the conceptual framework of looking at gender equality, conceptual framework of looking at androcentrism, conceptual framework of looking at misogynist acts, whatever the needs to be kind of once again redefined and re-questioned within our mind frameworks to be able to look at how we have to deal with the whole question of potential rape in the first place. I think this is what comes to my mind for the immediate. I don't know whether you had anything specific that you were trying to ask here.
No, ma'am, I think you have
Madhumita, you would want to
actually
add anything? Yeah.
aptly put it, actually. And thank you so much, ma'am, for your this deeply insightful presentation and your lecture. It was really nice listening to you and learning about all these things. And I believe our students and as well as the audience have been greatly benefited from this lecture, and they are also being aware about many issues that are happening around them. So thank you so much once again, ma'am, for taking your time out of the day and talking to us and giving this lecture. We would like to have you with us again in our future endeavors. With that hope, ma'am, thank you very very much and stay well, ma'am. Since our there are like time constraints, we will be moving on to
Sure.
our next speaker now, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, everybody, and I hope all of you stay safe and take care. Hope to meet
Sure,
and
ma'am.
go to your college sometime in the near future. Thank you so much.
Definitely, ma'am. Would love that, ma'am. We'd love that.
Sure, sure.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So now that we have concluded our first academic session by Dr. Nandita Banerjee Dhawan, and she has extremely uh, well crafted way she has given us this lecture on gender inequality and how the concept of conjugality to intimacies, the ideas and the concepts of honor killing, how inequality is prevalent in our society and all. So we have been really fortunate to listen from her. Now we will be moving on to our next academic session, and here we have the privilege to be with us our next speaker, and she is no other than our very own and respectable professor, Dr. Sonia Shahu. And before I get into her official bio note, I would like to mention that Sonia Di has been my teacher from the inception of my academic career. And if I'm not wrong, I have known her since the day one of my Jadavpur University life. And in all these years, I have never seen a more sweeter or a more humble person in my life as a professor. And it's a privilege to have her actually. And we have learned so much from her. So, with that note, I'd like to welcome Dr. Sonia Shahu to give a lecture today, and I'm reading out a brief bio note to her. Dr. Sonia Shahu is Professor of English at Jadavpur University Department of English. She specializes in early modern studies, and her research interests lie in the exploration of marginal identities and subcultural formations in 17th and 18th century literature. She is currently engaged in a RUSA project entitled Narratives of Faith that is documenting and archiving devotional songs and poetry in the southern regions of Bengal and the eastern Himalayas. With that note, I would like to conclude the bar note, and I would move on to welcome Professor Sonia Shahu to give a lecture and be with us. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Madhumita, for your introduction. And am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are
Okay,
audible.
fine. Okay. First and foremost, a very good morning to all of you who are probably listening to me virtually. So, this is a one of a kind experience for me. So, let me first begin by thanking the Department of English, Khatra Adibasi Mahavidyalaya Bankura. My thanks to Professor Dotto, to Professor Mojumdar, to the entire webinar committee for having organized this particular event, and obviously to my former student Madhumita Bishas, who has given me such a warm introduction, and I hope to be able to live up to her expectations. Okay, so since my presentation is basically based on PowerPoint, so maybe in a few minutes from now, I'll shift to the PowerPoint mode. But let me just begin by reading out the title of my paper, which is called Bodies on Display, Gender and Representation in Early Modern Anatomical Science. My paper explores the relationship between sex, gender, and images of dissection in early modern anatomical texts. Anatomical illustrations of this period reveal complex attitudes towards visualizing sexual difference and constructing gender. Although medical images were produced in several media such as wax, ivory, and bronze, yet the development of anatomical drawings was intrinsically associated with the proliferation of print technology in this era. Printing was the catalyst for the scientific revolution that affected all branches of natural philosophy, including anatomical science. As the once religious prohibition and cultural taboo on violating and dismembering the human body became redundant, anatomy theaters and the arts of dissection flourished in universities such as Padua and Leiden throughout Europe. Okay, let me just begin off with the first slide. Just a second. This. Okay. Just a second. This may take a bit of time.
Sure, ma'am. Take your time. No hurry.
Okay, because the icon is not activating. Just a second.
It take a few seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Please take your time.
Just a second. Okay, I'll just cancel it once more and try it once again. Yeah, I think this will take a bit of time. I'm sorry for this. I mean, it's probably.
It's completely understandable. We are all deeply dependent on networks. So we are okay with it, ma'am. Please take your time and we will be waiting.
why is
Should
this
we
not
assist
working?
you in some way?
Why is this not working today?
Okay, ma'am. No worries. Just follow the following things, I think. First of all, please go to that present now.
Yeah, I've done that. Yeah, I've
Okay,
done
ma'am.
that.
Then choose the entire screen.
Yeah, I've done that as well.
Okay, then this window should appear and you have to click share now within that window.
Yeah, the share now option is not activating. It's only the cancel option which is activated, but the other one is not coming. That's the problem.
Okay. I think we should wait for a few seconds to see if it is activating.
Or it may be because of my poor network connection, something of that sort, maybe.
I don't think so, ma'am, because you are completely audible and clearly visible, ma'am. So I don't think the network is causing any issues there. But definitely there are certain technical glitches that are beyond our actually reach. So if you can please just redo the steps once more and see if it is
I'll do
working.
it once more. Yeah, just a second.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll do it once more.
Yes, ma'am. Patiently we are waiting. There is no hurry, ma'am. Please take your time, ma'am. There is no hurry at all.
This is becoming the new normal these days.
Yes, ma'am. This
Okay,
is the
present your entire screen. Okay. Okay. The share option is not activating. That is the entire problem. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Just wait for 1 second and let me contact our technical support team on this and ask their help. Okay, ma'am. Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Mr. Shubhashish Datto, our technical support team, could you please assist Professor Sonia Shahu in presenting the paper? Is there anything that we could do from our side to make it easier on her part to access the process? Ma'am is saying that she's unable to click on the share option because it is not being activated. So is there any problem on our part? Let's check as we wait. Ma'am, our technical team is saying that
hello.
Yes.
Hello, Madhumita. Hello, ma'am. Please, wait, please click on screen after share screen. Click on screen, then the share screen will be active.
Okay.
Please click on the screen after share screen, and then the share screen will be active.
Okay, just a second. Okay, so let me just go back once more. Present now. Entire screen. Fine.
And then click on the screen.
Then you have to
click on the screen,
and then the share screen will be active. I think it will. I think it is active. Screen. Click on the screen. The mouse. Click on the screen.
Now, click anywhere on the screen, ma'am. I think.
Okay. Okay, I've done that.
Now is the share option being activated, ma'am?
No.
Is it active or not?
No, it is not.
So, Sonia Di, can I just ask you for another alternative? Is there any way that
okay, just a second. Can you see it now?
Okay. Now it is presenting.
Okay, fine.
Okay, no, just wait for a few seconds, ma'am. Just wait for a few seconds. I think it is working.
Once you are able to see, just let me know.
Yes, ma'am. It's visible now completely.
Okay, good.
Full screen, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, this is full screen. I have put it on slide presentation mode.
Yeah,
So,
definitely, ma'am. It's completely visible,
oh,
ma'am. You can proceed
okay,
with your
okay.
presentation.
So let me
Thank
then just move off. Okay. Um, Anatomy. So I was talking about how anatomy theaters and the arts of dissection flourished in universities such as Padua and Leiden throughout Europe. This is the one at Padua, and you can see the kind of the way in which the spectators used to sit, and the this particular central section out here in the middle is the place where the body was placed on the table. Anatomy became the ultimate investigation of nature that lay bare the secrets of God's most wonderful creation. Printed atlases and treatises disseminated the new scientific discoveries being made about the human body and made this knowledge accessible to a broad spectrum of the reading public. The compulsion to tap into and appeal to this wide readership often led anatomists to base their illustrations on contemporary artistic and cultural sources. Hence, these visual representations often made a confusing mix between new scientific observations and moralizing conceptions about sexuality and erotically charged points of view. Graphic depictions of the dissected human body were mediated and defined by prevalent aesthetic, gestural, religious, cultural, or material codes governing gender that were far from being the neutral givens of biology. These images acted as agents that shaped and naturalized the manner in which the male and the female body was conceived. The practice of anatomy in early modern culture was an activity in which the principal participants were men, such as judges, executioners, medical students, anatomists, and ordinary spectators as well. More often, even the bodies that were dissected were male cadavers of executed convicts, although it was not entirely unusual to find female bodies as sample specimens as well. Women were rarely allowed to practice dissection in public settings like the university and were not trained as physicians. The nature of the anatomical illustrator's negotiation with the human body was determined and preconditioned by contemporary moral or cultural stereotypes governing gender and sexuality. This was inevitable since dissected bodies were not neutral ciphers, and gender specific criteria that were used to differentiate between living men and women were projected onto the cadavers. Hence, although the early modern culture of dissection was an exclusively male domain marked by violence and aggression, yet curiously enough, the network of metaphors and codes of representation that governed the dissecting sciences was curiously gendered female. Thus, this new science of the body was presided over by the allegorical figure of Anatomia. Anatomia was the Greek goddess of reductive division who offered a violent and gruesome vision of the body to those who dared to look inside. She represented a personification of the body and our knowledge of it. Anatomia's dual ancestry linked her not only to Apollo, Hermes, and Athena, the Greek deities known for their wisdom, justice, prudence, clear understanding, and therapeutic powers, but also with the Fury Alecto, who in some sources, such as the Iliad, appears in the form of Ate, the Greek goddess of mischief, delusion, and dream. She was further also associated with the darker aspects of Apollo, who, you will remember, punished the satyr Marsyas by ripping off his skin and flaying him alive. So, Anatomia had both positive, benign aspects to her character as well as a more dark side to her character. At the same time, she was also a figure associated with violence. Iconographic representations of Anatomia usually showed her holding a knife that stood as a metonym for the act of opening up bodies and or a mirror that denoted the transgressive gaze of looking inside the body interior. This is the title page of Julius Caesarius's Tabulae Anatomicae from the year 1627, where you have Anatomia shown seated on a throne. On the side, you have these two figures, one standing for diligentia and the other one for ingenium. And if you look closely, and the quality of the slide is not too good, sorry for that, but you will see that there is a skull resting on one knee of Anatomia, and on the other side she has a looking glass. So this, in fact, this is on the other side. If you look down, you will see a skeleton, which is again a reminder of, it's a memento mori image, as it were, a reminder of man's mortality. And on the other side, you have the male cadaver, as it were, standing, waiting to be dissected. This is one slide where I show you, as it were, the iconographical representation of anatomia. There is another one. Obviously, these are just two out of the many that are present in early modern anatomical science. On others, such as the title page of Theodore Kerckring's Physiologium Anatomicum, which dates to 1670. He was a Dutch anatomist, like Julius Caesarius. She is represented as flaying a suspended male figure. This particular male cadaver is hanging, as it were. His right hand has been held up, as it were, by a string, and suspended male figure with a knife, and you have two naked cherubs, as it were, right at the bottom of the page, who are trying to distract Anatomia from her task by offering her corn. This, in fact, is a particular, this act of distraction is not enough, as it were, to sway her from her task, and she holds a scalpel in her hand as she goes about her task of dissecting the human body and exposing what lies inside it, exposing the interior of the human body. The offering of corn, in fact, if you remember, corn, in fact, is also supposed to be a sign of fertility. And we might say that she prefers, as it were, the being the goddess of knowledge, rather being the goddess of fertility. So the cherubs, or the parties, uh, uh, desire, as it were, to distract her from her scientific job ultimately goes awry, as it were, because she just pauses for a moment, then goes back to her job. So this is, in fact, another iconographical representation of anatomia. In his monumental work entitled The Body Emblazoned, Dissection and the Human Body in Renaissance Culture, Jonathan Sawdey traces the genealogy of these two objects to the ancient Greek classical myth of Perseus and the monster Medusa. And by two objects, I refer to the knife/scalpel and the mirror. This myth, this is another image. This is Govard Bidlou's Anatomia Humani Corporis. This is again another Dutch physician, and you have the figure of time drawing away the curtain, and again Anatomia holding a scalpel in her hand. So anyhow, let's just quickly move to the next slide. Actually, there might be a bit of glitches out here because I'm new to this anyhow, operating it instead of having someone operate the slides for me. So the myth relates the quest of Perseus, who was entrusted with the deadly task of slaying Medusa, one of the three Gorgon sisters, creatures having snakes for hair and a face so hideous that the slightest glimpse would turn an onlooker into stone. Perseus used a gleaming magical shield made of bronze to catch Medusa's reflection and beheaded her with a sword gifted by his father Zeus. The symbolic affinity between the objects used by Anatomia and Perseus leads Sawdey to venture the suggestion that Medusa stands for, and I quote from Sawdey, the fear of interiority, more often than not a specifically male fear of the female interior. Once the body becomes partitioned and its interior dimensions laid open to scrutiny, the very categories of male and female become fluid, even interchangeable. Close quotes. The ambivalence that marks Medusa, a female figure evoking both visceral horror and charm, corresponds to the ambiguous status of anatomia in the Renaissance. Hence, the early modern culture of dissection was historically characterized by a peculiar combination of fearful loathing and erotic fascination about interiority, especially of the uncharted depths of female interiority, since the naturally grotesque female body was always believed to elude boundaries or limits. And even if the biological sex of the body was male, the moment it was opened up, it became feminized and eroticized. This is a point to which I'll be returning later in the paper. But to move on, this is Caravaggio's representation of Medusa, and her head, she has already been beheaded, as you can see from the blood that is streaking out from her head. Okay, this particular slide is from Andreas Vesalius's De Humani Corporis Fabrica, uh, produced in the published in the year 1543, undoubtedly one of the most seminal texts as far as the establishment of modern anatomy is concerned. So, the conscious deployment of gendered codes in the discovery of the body interior can be witnessed, for example, on the title page of Vesalius's seminal text, De Humani Corporis Fabrica. This particular woodcut by Jan van Kalkar shows the Flemish anatomist opening a female corpse to reveal her uterus in a crowded anatomical theatre, transforming the body's cavities into an object of male discovery while appropriating it within a patriarchal regime of medical knowledge and ownership. The slides quality again is not too good, and if you are able to get a clear view of it, you will see this is a perfect representation of how anatomical theaters used to be in early modern Europe, as it were, and it was intensely crowded. And you have at the center, as it were, the figure of Vesalius, who is using his knife in order to cut through the body of this female cadaver, and he is displaying the uterus and its contents, as it were, to the awe of the gathered male onlookers. The This is in fact a close up of that particular slide itself. Male curiosity and uncertainty regarding sacrosanct female knowledge relating to sexuality and procreation, such as their supposedly excessive sexual appetite, abortion practices, menstruation, their exercise of sexual autonomy, or their exertion of power over men, and the functioning of the female reproductive system culminated in an excessive interest in knowing and harnessing the so called secrets of women. The focus of this secrecy was the uterus, and it was not surprising that the anatomy of this organ became the focal point of medical research in the Renaissance. The uterus or the hystera was believed to possess a will of its own. It was thought to detach itself from the lower torso and wander throughout the upper body, to the extent that it was often thought to be a separate animal like creature that was housed inside a woman. The mobile womb operated according to its own laws and hid itself from the investigative gaze of the anatomist, and revealed its presence only through the symbolic token of menstrual blood. So this is the you will see that most of the slides that I'll show you that refer to female figures are obviously dissection illustrations that reveal the uterus, in contrast to the male figures where you have uh, a focus being placed upon, let us say, the skeletal system or the intestinal system or musculature, the nervous system, so on and so forth. But as far as female bodies were concerned, the only focus of attention for the early modern anatomists was in the uterus. So, in the power of procreation or in the power of generation. The rather uncommon illustrative use of the female cadaver on the frontispiece of this book, that was significantly filled up with male dissected bodies, was a judicious advertising strategy, since it increased the appeal of the book for a predominantly male readership, but it simultaneously objectified the female body by widening the gendered gap between the male spectators and the corpse on the dissecting table. You can see the almost leering way in which the figures around the table are trying to peer into the secret cavities, as it were, that are being opened up for examination. The strategic placement of the semi-nude body at right angles with the viewing plane, with the genitalia turned towards the spectator, the parted legs, her bare breasts, they simulate a posture that suggests, as it were, sexual availability and also invites sexual penetration. The subject again is presented as purely passive, complying without force to the incisions that are made by Vesalius's scalpel. even desirous of dissection, and willing to yield to the assertion of male power to know and control the female body. So even in death, the female body becomes erotically charged. But Vesalius is, as I told you, this is one of a kind really, because the treatise as such is filled up with lots of other illustrations of male cadavers. But placing this particular figure on the frontispiece might have been a very judicious strategy, as it were, in order to attract, as it were, readership that was more or less male. Okay, this is again another slide, the same, verifying the same erotic connection being made between female dissection and anatomical illustration. And this is in fact part of a collection of visuals from the French physician Charles Estienne's De Dissection Partium Corporis Humani, which dates from the year 1545. Estienne and Vesalius were classmates, and because of certain printing issues, this particular book got delayed, as it were, in the print at the printers. As a result of which, Vesalius's book came out a bit earlier compared to this, but otherwise this was written a bit earlier. A cluster of these woodcuts depicted the female reproductive system by borrowing disturbingly provocative poses from a series of erotic engravings made by the Italian printmaker Jacopo Caraglio, that was entitled The Loves of the Gods. Okay, this is the next slide, as it were, Caraglio's Venus and Cupid, which is in fact used as a prototype for this particular slide that I'm showing you right now. So in this particular illustration that shows a dissected placenta, the female body is shown to replicate the pose in Caraglio's depiction of Venus and Cupid, the one that I showed to you right now. Cupid's figure has been replaced in the earlier slide, and instead of Cupid's bow and arrows, you find, as it were, on the ground instruments of dissection. And I don't know if you're able to see it, but there are instruments of dissection lying here on the left hand side, as it were, at the bottom. Uh, Venus's abdomen in the earlier slide has been opened in order to reveal, as it were, the placenta or in her pregnant womb. The intention is not simply to commercialize anatomy by stressing the work's erotic overtones, but it also by appealing to a wider market than the specialized field of physicians, but it also exposes the intimacy of the anatomical endeavor. Okay, this is in fact an act that is entirely physical by nature. The Estienne's female nudes, this is also from Estienne, spread themselves out suggestively on luxurious pillows and cushions in the intimate or cozy space of bedrooms, surrounded by thick ornamental drapes. You can see that this seems to be right out of it's kind of a bedroom space, as it were. The only difference is that this is actually an anatomical dissection, and it's not really what might say, you might mistake it, as it were, that this is just a cozy space for bedroom where a female figure is reclining. But there is a kind of a curious mismatch, as it were, between the bedroom, as it were, between the boudoir and the anatomical theater. So, this particular illustration shows a naked female figure sitting on a cushion. She seems almost to be standing, but surrounded by various architectural motifs in a room that again opens out on a mountainous landscape in the background. Obviously, this is not the best of pictures to show you perspective, as it were. But if you look at the back, there are visual depictions of mountains, as it were. Okay. Opens out on a mountainous landscape in the background. Again, her abdomen and uterus are opened to reveal a fetus in crouching position. This whole scene, again, if you look at the top left corner of the slide, you will see a man who is witnessing the entire scene from the window. and he wears an academic robe and holds a scroll. He's probably a stand-in for the figure of the anatomist, or he might be a stand-in for the figure of the elite readers, as it were, who are trying to make sense of what is happening inside her body. The voyeuristic male curiosity that stimulated Renaissance research on the human body is latent in the lascivious and ecstatic poses adopted by Estienne's anatomical figures. This particular, the slide that I showed you just a few seconds back is actually based upon the prototype of Caraglio's Ceres and Vulcan. Now, this is in fact a moment of what you might say intense passion between the two gods, as it were, between the two deities. But if you notice, you will find that Ceres's dynamism or her activity, as it were, her agency in this particular slide that you have from Caraglio has been substituted, as it were, by a kind of languid passivity in the case of this particular slide. So, the visual is in fact based on Caraglio's print depicting a moment of passion between Ceres and Vulcan, but Estienne substitutes Ceres's dynamism for the languid passivity of the female dissected body, indicated most explicitly by its sad, good, and you probably are not able to make it out, but the eyes are closed, which indicates, as it were, total submission, as it were, to the male gaze, if you interpret it in that way. Illustrations of dissected female bodies made no distinction between the bedroom and the anatomy theatre, and the boundary between scientific education and pornographic fantasy was often a thin one. A similar idea can be seen in the Spanish physician Juan Valverde de Hamusco's La Anatomía del Corpo Humano. This dates from the year 1586, where you have a pregnant woman's body being represented by this female figure who simulates again the pose of the Venus pudica, or the modest Venus, as it were, just a pose that is very familiar to us if you go back to Renaissance art, for example, as for example in Sandro Botticelli's The Birth of Venus, where you again have, as it were, Venus trying to discreetly trying to cover her modesty and averting the gaze of the male beholder. Now, this particular Botticelli's visual, in fact, this painting is just a kind of a prototype, which in fact you find replicated in Hamusco's visual as well. So the same placement of the right hand, the left hand, as well as the averted gaze speaks of the way in which Hamusco in fact was taking over, or rather appropriating certain cultural stereotypes as far as the representation of women were concerned, visually, let us say. Okay? The open abdomen and the intact uterus with the fetus detached from the mother's body, but yet in close proximity, may seem to mimic a scientific illustration. But the familiar iconographic reference to Venus, who was not just the goddess of love, but also of lust, alerts us to the potential dangers of carnal love. Okay, so you see that this is the way in which there is a kind of a cultural transfer, as it were, taking place. And the moment people saw Hamusco's illustration of this particular dissected female cadaver, then they might have made, as it were, associations with Venus, and therefore with love, and therefore with lust, and thereby conforming, as it were, the traditional association of women with everything that was, what you might say, associated with carnality, with danger, as it were. Something that we've already seen with in the Medusa image. Okay. Uh, this one, now I'll be showing you 4 illustrations, as it were. This is part of a series, as it were, and taken from the Flemish anatomist and physician Adrian van den Spiegel's book De Formato Fitu. Okay. This was posthumously published in the year 1626, and it also conforms again to the link that we are trying to make between the woman's body, between female dissection and sexuality. These plates, in fact, I'll just show you the next three as it were. They show as it were the gradual uncovering of the gravid or the pregnant uterus, with the abdomen and the placenta open to the viewer's gaze like the unfurling petals of a flower, which reveals the inner organs just as they are arranged inside a flower, such as like seeds and stamens as it were. So the uterus in fact is visualized as a blooming flower. The placement of the blooming uterus against the backdrop of a lush yet secluded landscape with a river flowing by, which you can't make out at this, probably because you are don't have a very good image represented here, but you can probably go back to the net and see these images. And a large river flowing by reaffirms the traditional association established between a woman's body and fertile land, since both, according to patriarchal logic, require discovery, subjection, and ownership. In his book, Visual Representation and the Body in Early Modern Anatomy, Sebastian Fraunhofer makes an incisive analysis of these four plates and points out how the pubic area, this is the third image. Here also it's the same kind of connotation, same kinds of tropes that have been, it's a continuation of the same kinds of tropes that have been used in the previous two slides. This is the fourth one. And Fraunhofer, in fact, goes on to talk about how, if you look at this particular plate, there is, in fact, a kind of a change introduced in this fourth plate. And the pubic area of this fourth figure is, in contrast to the three others, is covered by leaves. Okay, so there's a strategic placement of a plant, as it were, placed upon the genitalia. She is shown to hold a fruit in her left hand, which is hidden behind her back. In the background, you have a stranded ship which can be seen on the shore. Fraunhofer reminds us how the fruit and the concealed genitalia were conventional attributes of Eve in Christian iconography. Christianity regarded Eve as the source of original sin, since she had plucked the forbidden fruit and offered it to the innocent Adam, within quotes. This moment also marked the beginning of sexual consciousness, and realizing that they were naked in front of God, the primal couple hid their modesty with leaves. Spiegel's fourth illustration, the one that you have in front of you, contextualizes this familiar story using the dissected female body to recall Eve's sexual seductiveness and her ability to push man into disaster, symbolized quite prophetically by the ship that is stranded in the background. So this is again, there is a kind of a transfer taking place. So all these images were building upon accepted, what you might say, gender codes as it were. This is the way in which females were conceived, and this is the way in which, in everyday life, or in, let us say, in classical literary sources, or in cultural sources for that matter, and this is how they are represented visually. So there is a kind of a transfer taking place. If the dissected female body was sexualized, and then how was the male body depicted on anatomical slides? This is a 1615 title page by Helkia Cook, called Microcosmographia, and this is again an anatomical textbook. And Cook, incidentally, was the court physician of James the First. And if you look at this particular slide, you will see that there is a radical difference in terms of the way in which the male and the female figures have been presented. The female figure, obviously, in fact, follows the prevalent norm that we have been exploring in the last few slides. You have the classical pose again, the so-called the modest Venus pose, the strategic placement of the hands, the drapery of skin covering her body, except her stomach or the uterine area, and you have what you might say a naturalistic depiction of ground beneath her feet, and there is also a foily, inviting look in her eyes, which affirms the gendered construction of the female body. In contrast, the male figure follows the tradition of the écorché. Now, this particular the male figure, obviously, this seems to be a kind of a flayed figure, which is used in order to describe probably the vascular system. or if I'm incorrect, probably the nervous system. So the écorché is derived from the French word for skinned and generally refers to a visual or sculptural representation of a human or animal body with the skin removed so that the muscular or skeletal system becomes visible. There are no comparable images of female figures as écorchés. It seems that anatomical illustrators were just not interested in depicting female musculature or skeletal structures. This is a point that I have made earlier on as well. In the second edition of Microcosmographia, which was published in the year 1631, Kelkia Crook removed the female figure because if you go back to the history of Microcosmographia, you will see that there were charges of indecency brought against Crook for having used that particular image of the female, as it were, on the frontispiece. He removed that particular image and just substituted it with the figure of this male écorché. So there are, as I told you, the male écorché represents a variation on the muscular male nude, which has symbolized the ideal of masculinity since ancient Greece, with its sense of raw power, energy, and movement. Moreover, a posture of self-dissection is witnessed in many of the illustrations of this period, where the Ekarshi is portrayed as holding up his skin in one hand and a knife in the other. This is exactly what is happening on this particular frontispiece, as it were. This particular cadaver, this male figure, is holding a knife in his left hand and his skin, as it were, on the right hand. And you can also make out, as it were, the impression of his erstwhile face, as it were, on the skin. So the skin has been entirely removed, and this kind of a self dissecting posture is something that you find quite prevalent in figures of male dissection, but you will never find it in the what you might say corresponding images as far as female figures are concerned. So such a posture breaks down the barrier between the subject and the object, so that you have the dissector and the subject being dissected becoming one and the same. So there is an impression of male agency, as it were, being given here, but it also borders on a sense of disturbing exhibitionism, as it were. So male cadavers, unlike their female counterparts, are seen to participate, as it were, in their own internal inspection, taking on an active role in the dissection for the process of furthering scientific knowledge, attesting to the truth of the anatomical motto "Nosce tepsum," or "Know thyself." That is, you flay yourself in order to know yourself better. Okay? Uh, this is in fact the écorché that I was talking about, and when I told you that the écorché in fact is a kind of a variation upon the male nude that has in fact with which classical Western art has been obsessed, as it were, right from the Greek times, as it were. This is what I was meaning. So this is Michelangelo's David, but this particular slide on the left hand side seems to be a kind of a warped version of the one on the right hand side. Okay. The violence, and these are also what you might say these three. This is from Valverde's book, and again here you notice that the male figure in fact is forcibly flaying off his skin in order to reveal what lies inside, and these self-displaying figures are engaged in their own bodily violation. And in one of these, in the first one, you see that the male figure is gripping his skin with his teeth, and he is his contorted pose in fact reminds you of the kind of intense pain and uh, violence that is involved, as it were, in dissection. And he displays the intestines as he lifts up the skin, and the second one lifts up the skin lying just above his ribs in order to reveal his rib cage and the intestinal structures that lie beneath it. So this also indicates, as it were, a kind of the violence and the aggression that marks early modern anatomy. Yet it is equally true to say that the anatomical display of all bodies, whether male or female, plays upon a highly sexualized and engendered striptease. The flaying, dissecting, and stripping of skin to reveal muscle and bone structures or mysterious cavities and their secret workings depends on gendered norms. Once the body has been entered into and gazed at, it is constructed as feminized and effete. If the knife's penetration inside the human body is read as a metaphorically sexual act performed for the sake of arousing sexual frisson and voyeurism, then it begs the question as to how the male cadaver's erotic potentiality or lack of it was perceived and negotiated by a male audience. These three slides, in fact, and the next two that follow it, um I mean, create a kind of they are interconnected, as it were. in his uh, in his essay, Cutting It Both Ways, Dissection of the Male Anatomy as Castration, James Glisson points out how the problem of latent male homoeroticism in anatomical manuals in the Renaissance was dodged to a certain extent by the erasure of visible signs of male sexuality. As in these slides, where if you look very closely, the phallus has been, what you might say, hidden or erased in some manner or the other, as it were. In the first one, the phallus is hidden from view by a strategically placed hanging abdominal muscle or by a piece of naturalistic detail, as in the second slide, with the help of a tree branch, as it were, protruding tree branch. Additionally, the male generative organ, as in the third one, might be given insignificant representation in terms of size or dimension so as to make them visually less accessible. Also, quite a few ecorches possess visible marks of castration as a means of alleviating the possibility of homoerotic interest. Yet, the argument that Glisson makes actually works in both ways because it is possible to say that erasure or concealment of the phallus also leads to erasure or concealment of the male generative organ, because it becomes impossible to decipher if the subject of dissection is male or female. Unlike the uterus, which is hidden from view and can therefore be revealed through dissection, a like procedure on the male genitals would obviously be seen as a form of emasculation. The male body's potentiality to become the explicit focus of male desire thus often came at the cost of unsettling male anxiety regarding virility and manhood. So, in these two slides, which are again, you find that the phallic area has been either uh, made insignificant, or it has been totally, what you might say, erased, or it is made rather insignificant. So the, the attention is taken up elsewhere, as it were, or the viewer is forced to avert his attention from, let us say, the phallic area to the organs of greater importance that is being shown. Anatomical illustrations would continue to be gendered right into the 18th century, even though the Renaissance tradition of using living figures in anatomical manuals would be replaced by images of dead cadavers by the end of the 17th century, to use a tautology. Most cadavers are already dead. This is from William Cowper's The Anatomy of Human Body, 1698, right at the end of the 17th century. And you see that there is a kind of of, uh, a kind of a break from the earlier tradition, because now the focus is not on the entire male figure, or let us say on the entire body as such, but just on certain specific parts. But even though the male body, which has been represented on the left hand side of your slide, is in fact doesn't really show any, seems to be rather neutral in terms of gendered representation. If you look at the other one, that is the female image, that you have here, you see that it still follows the earlier Vesalian style of depicting female figures with some drapery of skin. The sexual nature of the image is apparent in the presentation of the cadaver's bare bosom, erotic pose, and slightly parted lips. I think you can make out the lips here. The lips are open, slightly ajar, and Another interesting thing, but again something that is not really related to the idea of gender as such, is you will notice that the hands of this particular figure, the male figure on the left hand side of your screen, has been tied up. So obviously this indicates as it were that this belonged to a criminal who was executed, and the dissection was made in this particular position. So this again reminds us, as it were, of the background or the source of all these dissected figures. Anyhow, so the sexual nature, it was only in the late 18th century that a clean break with the earlier, let us say, the Vesalian practice is seen, as it were, with the portrayal of decontextualized and dismembered body parts of visibly deceased individuals, as in these two plates which are taken from Matthew Bailey's Morbid Anatomy. This was published at the very end of the 18th century in the year 1795, and as you can see, there is no there is no uh, depiction of a female figure. They have been decontextualized. The organs have been removed from the human body, as it were, and laid bare for what I might say impassive viewership by the readers or by the audience members. So gender is no longer a determining principle in these images. So with this, I end my presentation, and let me just okay. Yes, with this I come to the end of my presentation. So if you have any questions, you can ask me.
First of all, ma'am, I would like to sincerely express my heartfelt gratitude for actually uh, crafting such a wonderful presentation for us. It was illuminating, and we have thoroughly enjoyed it, and we got to learn so many new things by watching your presentation. And as we have received so many questions as well as observations from our participants who are thrilled to actually look at such gender perspective through anatomical ways. And by your presentation, I'd like to make a certain observation that has been very poignant to me, I think, that how the male gaze is continually made even anatomically projected on the human body, the female body, and how the gaze is centered upon the uh, fertility area. The woman body becomes a vessel as if, and the uterus is constantly and continually projected in the pictures. And later on, as we see that even a very later on period, we get to see that anatomical features where there are nervous system or muscular system is present. But apart from them, and when we are looking at male bodies, there are muscular systems. And in a very later stage in the 18th century, I think, then we get to see that detextual, rather detached human body parts actually in segregation. So definitely from your presentation we got to learn about how there is this continual tendency to project female body in a way that just projects the fertility and projects the woman body as a vessel, as an reproductive organ, as it were. So from that point of view, I'm going to go to that question answer section. There have been many questions, and there is this question from one of our students, Shashwati Mollik, and she has asked, how does gender influence the body ideal in present scenario? She is asking you to actually correlate between the trends that have been happening and the present scenario, if you just comment on it.
Okay, I think if you are talking about anatomical depictions of the body in present times, then probably I'm not the best person to talk about it. But as far as I have looked at, let us say, science textbooks that are being used in school, There is no longer, I feel, at least from my in my view, there is no longer a kind of a gendered construction that we find in the early modern times, as it were. And they follow, as it were, the late 18th century tradition of depicting bodies in a neutral manner. This is my view, from keeping in mind the textbooks, the science textbooks or the biology textbooks that I have seen, as it were, in present times. Um, so they do follow the later tradition. And the tradition that I am talking about, where organs are presented as part of, let us say, apparently living bodies, is something that is no longer relevant today. So that belongs to an earlier era altogether. So gender probably erupts into the, let us say, the scientific textbook in today's world in different ways, but probably not in terms of visual illustrations. At least that is what I feel from my limited knowledge of anatomical manuals in the present day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. There is another question, and I think it goes in the same line that
Mm,
with the earlier question, I think.
mm.
And Bishwajit Dash, and he has asked, how would you examine the objectification of female bodies by modern advertising agencies as well as by filmmakers? Is it continuation of earlier trend in a new form?
Yes, the objectification of the female body is something that has, I mean, has never died out and will never die out probably. But the objectification of the female body in advertisements, in let us say in mass media, in everyday life for that matter, in cinema, this is in fact a topic that has been researched upon assiduously, as it were. But you can see that. What we were trying to explore in this particular lecture today seems to be a kind of a precursor of what we are witnessing today, because at the core of it all, they are ultimately what matters really is the objectification of the female body, which is in fact something that was true in the early modern times and something that is true today. But it would be, let us say, if you want to make a connection between modern forms of mass media, let us say, like the net, or let us say the print media, or let us say cinema for that matter, then you can say that anatomical illustrations were the early modern equivalent of mass media in those days. So illustrations have the power to, what you might say, to fascinate. At the same, they have the power to create and recreate, as it were. So you might say, in a from a very different angle, that cinema's power to objectify the female body in a way relates to the way in which early modern visual anatomical illustrations were trying to objectify the female body. So there is a link there. And in those days, there was no cinema or cinema as such. There was theater, and anatomical theater is in fact a kind of a theater that is pandering, as it were, to the male taste, or to the male desire to gaze upon the let us say the nude female body. So yes, there are certain parallels established.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And then we'll go into the third question. There is a question from one of our students, and he has asked, was there a conscious attempt on the part of the male anatomical gaze to render women's anatomy in terms of a certain construct of docility and reproductive fertility? And how were the diseases ascribed to women directly related to a certain failure to meet these aspects of the male gaze?
Uh, First and foremost, uh, the as I told you earlier on in the paper as well, the females, in fact, female figures that you find in anatomical illustrations of this era usually focus upon their power to procreate, or upon their generative capacity, which means that women were being perceived, as it were, as vessels for creating, as it were, for generation. So in that way, yes, I would say that the anatomical illustrator already had certain preconceived notions in mind about female roles, as it were, about particular the conventional way in which females should perform in society within the home, as it were, when he is depicting the organs, as it were. So the uterus, in fact, becomes the mysterious organ for that matter, the one that is supposed to have a mind of its own, and one which has, in fact, given rise to a lot of research, as it were, in as far as early modern medical science is concerned, which is the idea of the hysteria, as it were, which is something that is traced to the uterus, which is supposed to lead off, as it were, women into excess of passions and of emotions, as it were. And the word hysteria that we tend to associate uh, not specifically with women today, thank God, but with also with males, is something that is what I might say an offshoot from that particular era. And the desire to know about the secrets of women, that is the way in which what was happening inside them, what was happening in their mind really, led to this obsessive desire to dissect the uterus in order to know more, as it were. So this is, I mean, one way in which the female body was being objectified, made what I might say the source of the male gaze, as it were. But at the same time, it was also what you might say a means of reconfirming the male idea regarding what women's roles should be. I mean, women are just meant to procreate, as it were, and create the next generation. So that might be one reason why the entire emphasis, as far as female illustrations were concerned, was upon the uterus and not upon anything else. Um, as far as diseases were concerned, uh, uh, hysteria, in fact, was the main disease, as it were, that was seen to afflict women during this particular time. And uh, ex- uh, finer scientific research or finer medical research regarding particular gynecological problems would be something that would only come later on. So this is something that I'm not trying to locate in the period that I was looking at in this particular lecture, as it were. But yes, I mean, the anatomical illustrator did in fact um, conform to certain norms while he was illustrating the figure of the female cadaver. And these, in fact, were obviously constructed by gender expectations, by gender roles for that matter.
Thank you so very much for that elaborate answer, ma'am. There is just one last question that we are going to take. I think this is a bit interesting one because our student would be able to relate to it. Mrinmoy Ghosh has asked, there is this presentation of anatomy in Frankenstein by Mary Shelley. How far is this different in term of point of view as if it is a female presentation?
Uh, okay, not too sure if I'll be able to give you a proper answer. Uh, in the sense that it is being represented by a female figure, that is what you are trying to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, the notion of female representation of an anatomized or a dissected figure probably again changes, as it were, the, the way in which gendered what should I say, actually I'm not able to recollect this particular image, so that is why I'm not able to give you a proper answer to this. But uh, will the student be able to elaborate a bit upon the that particular illustration?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, in Frankenstein, the Frankenstein's monster that we find, he's described in these very manly terms. He's tall, he's huge, and
Oh,
with
okay,
very
okay.
zombie-like features, actually.
stress for that matter. So there are, in fact, I think this shows as it were the way in which the tables have turned, as it were. There's a subtle subversion of gender norms out here. But Frankenstein and Medusa, in that sense, might also be thought to refer to the, let us say, the fear of inferiority, maybe something that I mentioned in the earlier part of my paper. So I think that is my take, but maybe not too good an answer, but I think this will suffice for now.
Yes, ma'am, this will definitely suffice. And ma'am, thank you so very much for being with us today and giving this incredibly interesting lecture. And we have enjoyed it thoroughly. And thank you once again on behalf of Khatra Devishi Mahavidyalaya and IQAC and this organizing committee. And ma'am, thank you so much for your time and for this wonderful presentation.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madhumita. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, am I audible? I think there have been certain technical problems happening in the background in the transmission section. However, we have concluded with our second speaker's lecture. Uh, Professor Sonia Shahu has given us a brilliant lecture on anatomical aspects actually. And now we are going to move on to our next speaker, and our third speaker of the day is Dr. Girish D. Power from HCU, Hyderabad Central University. But before we move on to the next lecture, let me just put forward a certain notification which I think is very pertinent at this particular juncture of our webinar, and this is regarding the feedback link. We have received a huge array of questions regarding the feedback link in the YouTube section. Let me just briefly and clearly address the issue. Uh, to all our registered participants and audience at present, please be rest assured that we will be providing a feedback link for our webinar. There is no day 1 or day 2 link. That's why there were no links delivered yesterday. There is going to be just one feedback link for both the days, and it will be provided to you today after this webinar concludes. That is, after our third speaker concludes his lecture, then we will be providing you with the feedback link, and the feedback link will be given to you on your YouTube comment box / chat box. You will be able to click on that chat box's link and be able to go to that feedback form. Now, when you do that, let me point out two very crucial things. Number one, there will not be any bulk messages or feedback links will not be provided at your email addresses, because let me just elaborate a little. We have got a overwhelming response, over 1800 to 2000 participants in this webinar, and we are very thankful for them, and we are really excited about that. And we have already received a huge response in our yesterday's lecture. We have already got over 2000 views in YouTube, and today also we have your support and active participation. Keeping that in mind, we are going to circulate the feedback link only today via the chat box, YouTube chat box, and there won't be any links given separately in your WhatsApp groups or Telegram groups or your email IDs provided while you registered. So we are not going to send you any separate links via email to your inbox at the address that you registered, but we are going to give you the link and you will be able to submit the feedback form today. Now there is a stipulation of time. You have to submit the feedback form within 9 p.m. today. The feedback form will be active until 9 p.m. today. After that, we will be closing that form, and everyone who has successfully submitted that feedback form will receive e-certificates within 2 weeks of their submission. Now, there is this one very crucial point that I would like to emphasize, that when you submit this feedback form, dear participants, please make sure that you write two things very prominently and correctly. Number one, while submitting the feedback form, when you write your email ID, make sure you are writing it correctly. Specifically, I'm saying there we often receive certain email IDs that have wrong addresses. For example, for Gmail, when you are writing Gmail, please be sure that you are writing Gmail and not anything other than Gmail, because certain times we get typos in the email addresses and then we are unable to send those mails, and that is a loss for on both of our parts. So we are just suggesting that while you submit the feedback form, please make sure that you are writing the correct email addresses and your name in the proper form, so that you get that in your certificate. No errors on your part. No errors, let me emphasize once again, no errors made by you or made on your part while submitting the feedback form will be entertained later, because it is not upon us. We won't be able to, because it will be a automated generated form service and certificate service. We won't be able to singularly and separately correct any feedback and go back to any certain certificate to rectify their names. So participants, it will be upon you to make sure that while submitting the feedback form, you are writing your name correctly and your email IDs correctly, so that you can be informed properly. So with that, I conclude this brief but very important note, and please wait patiently. We'll be circulating the feedback form soon as our third lecture concludes. So with that, I uh, hand over this platform to our moderator, Tuhin Mojumdar, Dr. Tuhin Mojumdar. Tuhinda, please introduce our next speaker, and please, just begin. Thank you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Madhumita, for that addressing the issue of feedback. Now I have the honor to introduce Dr. Girish Power. He is an assistant professor of English at the University of Hyderabad. He received his BA from North Maharashtra University and his MA in English from the University of Pune. He earned his MPhil and PhD from the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad, FU. He has worked at college level for a year at Jalgaon Dhule and Nagpur, Maharashtra. His areas of interest
Your voice is breaking. you need to unmute yourself. I think there is certain technical problems and glitches happening. You are audible and visible now. Dr. Tuhin Mujumdar, I repeat, now from your new login position, you were rather visible and audible. There have been certain technological problems, I guess. So could you just re-log in and try it once more? Dr. Tuhin Mujumdar, if you can hear me, please respond. I believe Dr. Tuhin Mujumdar is having certain technical problems and internet issues. Let us just wait for him for a few seconds and then we'll proceed actually if he's unable to join. Our esteemed speaker, we would request you honestly to bear with us with these technological glitches that we are facing. Girish sir, please
No problem.
wait for a few seconds. We are trying to resolve the issue.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah,
Yes.
It's okay. I can begin if it's taking too long.
Yes, sir. I think that would be the better thing to do right now because
Yes.
I think there are certain problems. So,
Completely
sir,
understand.
we honestly thank you for waiting for this long.
Sure.
Actually,
No problem.
and kindly begin your lecture. And thank you so much for being with us. We are really overwhelmed to have you with us today. Looking forward to your lecture, sir.
Sure. Just before that, I do have the permission from the organizers to share the screen, right? You have done that, I believe.
Sir, definitely do share your presentation.
Okay.
We are looking forward to it.
All right. Before I begin, let me take this opportunity to thank the Mahavidyalaya, the organizers, the conveners, Professor Madhumita Biswas, my friend Tuhin, and everybody else at the college. Thanks for inviting and thanks for having me. All right, I'll be sharing my screen now. All right, I hope everybody can see this. Hello.
It might take a few seconds for the presentation to begin. I think we need to just wait for a few seconds.
Sure.
Yes, sir, your presentation is starting. It is visible now. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
All right. Thank you. Just one request to all the participants: kindly mute your laptops, computers, phones, whatever you have, so that we can run this show smoothly. All right. Now, what I have planned to do in this presentation, which I have promised to Tuhin that I will try to keep it brief. What I have tried to do is I have tried to talk about the early Marathi theatre and the musicality of it. And taking in consideration one of the mega stars, rather one would say, uh, the artist, the uh, the writer, the creative writer, and everything else one could think about is Bal Gandharva. So what I'm going to do is I've divided this particular talk in 4 sections. Since a lot of us may not be really familiar with Marathi theatre, the earlier Marathi theatre, so very briefly I'll be talking about 3 important and eminent writers and dramatists of earlier times, from first from 1850s on, and then I will be talking about the a very short and small bynote on Bal Gandharva. And after that, I'll be talking about the earlier traditions of Marathi theatre, which were usually called Stree parties and Dev Purush. That's how they had divided the the troops of certain kind of dramatic structurings. And lastly, I'll also be looking into the gender dynamics of Bal Gandharva. So in between, I'll also be sharing a very rare footage from 1906, if I'm not wrong, where we would actually get to see this female female actor who has in fact defined the entire new role for certain kind of theatrical performances. So to begin with, the Marathi Sangeet Natak or musical drama, uh, as the name suggests, it's a combination of prose as well as poetry of the earlier times. Mostly it is written in regional language, the Marathi language. That too, it's also the earlier Marathi, the archaic Marathi, not the day-to-day Marathi that we speak, which a lot of that kind of Marathi is being borrowed from various sources, earlier sources, including Sanskrit and others. Largely, the content of such dramas, or rather smaller skits, would be taken up from mythological stories of Mahabharata and Ramayana. One of the interesting things would be that, as we know that epic is a form of a narration, but what they would do is, rather than creating the entire narrative structuring again on the stage, they would limit themselves to one single story. And on the basis of that, on one single story or a small episode from some important character's life, they would try to render their story, but with music. And also, please try to understand, now this is the time when female actors were not allowed to act on the stage. And this is the thrust area that I would be touching upon, where women were not given that space to share and showcase their talent, and how Bal Gandharva creates his own aura, being a man and impersonator, how he creates a different kind of enigma around this character, who almost in 20th century becomes a star, or rather, let's think about him, a mega star on this particular of this particular tradition. So one of the earliest plays that one could think about and could in fact confidently say that Marathi theatre tradition in fact begins with Vishnudas Bhave's Sita Swayamvar. Now this particular episode has been taken from Ramayana, and where Sita Swayamvar takes place, something really interesting happens here. A very small skit, not even more than, let's say, 40-45 minutes skit. But the interesting thing was, it was not really narrated in the traditional way. It was musically combined, and new techniques were implemented back then. For instance, the Western idea of live orchestra and others were used. After that, Trilokikar's Nal Damayanti is another very famous example of earlier musical play, which in fact stages this very interesting romantic, at the same time social issue of the time, where there's this struggle between these lovers and how that comes up. But one of the interesting things here is, this particular play utilizes and exploits a lot of traditional classical music, ragas and all that. So that again makes it unique. But it's only in 1880 that, with the help of B.P. Kirloskar's Shakuntala, which is based on Kalidas's Shakuntalam, that we in fact get to see an amalgamation of classical music, at the same time the new techniques that he had thought of. He had also introduced lavish sets in that sense, and one single episode would be portrayed from various perspectives. Very minimal characters back then, but this is how the earlier Marathi Natak Sangeet or Marathi Sangeet Natak, musical drama, emerged. Please try to understand, I'm skipping a lot of information which is not really required here, because our focus is on the gender dynamics of Bal Gandharva, or the artist. So this is what we will try to do. Next, I will show you this particular picture where you see that Narayan Rajhans, also known as Bal Gandharva, the name Bal Gandharva was given to him by the then freedom fighter Tilak. Tilak listens to him when he was just 6 and 7 years old, and when he hears him out, that's when he says he's Bal Gandharva. Now, I'm sure we are aware of what Gandharva is or what Gandharva means. Gandharva in this particular scenario would also mean somebody who entertains the gods, or somebody who has heavenly voice. So what these earlier impersonators would do, since women were not really allowed on the stage, and there was a kind of stigma which was attached to certain kind of acceptance on the stage. So what these impersonators would do, they would try to make themselves as feminine as possible. Now look at these two pictures. One on your left is the man Narayan Rajhans, who in fact begins his career at very small age, 7, 8. And it's only later that the Maharaja of Kolhapur sends him to Kirloskar Natak Mandali, where he in fact starts grooming himself towards a better artist, where he learns various ways of or rather new forms of Indian classical music. Another interesting thing about this particular artist is that he was not really classically trained as such. He was born in a very poor Brahmin family, where almost 10, 11 siblings, and it was very difficult for them to get through the day. And what he also does is that in order to come over this poverty, he also gets into various kinds of theatrical representations and bhajan mandalis and all that. But also please pay attention to the other picture towards your right, which almost transforms him into this beautiful lady who successfully, in fact, transforms her gender into the female gender, where the eyes are drawn towards her. Look at the attire in the later stages. In fact, Bal Gandharva becomes a fashion symbol, in fact, an icon in his own life, and various kinds of fashion maneuvers to take place, and merchandise and whatnot. I will be talking about that shortly. So, as I said that he was born in a very poor Brahmin family, and then from there he was discovered by Shahu Maharaj of Kolhapur, who sent him to Kirloskar Mandali, Sangeet Mandali, and that's when he picked on it. And in 1905, that's when he joined and came out as a very important figure on theatre, but dressed like this. And that's when these roles are very famous. For instance, his plays like Man Apman, where he plays the role of Bhamini, then uh, the the role of Rukmini for that matter. I'll take you to another next slide. Now, this particular picture that you see on your left, this is from the the play called Swayamvar, the musical play called Swayamvar, where he's dressed as Rukmini, and this particular pose is very famous, and there are few Marathi lines that she utters which are in fact taken up into various different kinds of literatures, and it in fact immortalizes her role and her place in theater world for that matter. Now also please pay attention how attractive she appears. Of course, we are going to talk about her attire and the way she dresses in a while, but also please pay attention to the way how convincingly her impersonation and her reflection appears. She almost is unrecognizable. Now, please come to the next, the other picture on your right. Now look at him. He again has transformed himself, and very convincingly. All right. Then his other roles, other characters like Sindhu in Ekas Pyala or Sharada in Sangeet Sharada are extremely famous. He was awarded with Sangeet Natak Academy Award in 1955 and Padma Bhushan in 1964. His career lasted from 1905 to about 1950. He played the female lead in almost 27 plays back then, and his widespread appeal earned him admirers among fellow Stree parties. These parties were called Stree parties, where these impersonators would be the lead actors. For instance, the very famous, another famous name of other theatre group, the Gujarati theatre, Jaishankar Sundari for that matter, she in fact says that Bal Gandharva was my guru, and he in fact draws a lot of inspiration and the mannerisms and all that of this particular character. Now, the next point is about the Stree Purush party or Dev party that I had talked about in the opening remarks. That how these parties, different parties had different kind of requirements and different kind of presentation styles. So these three parties, while at the margins of society, female impersonators continue to practice. It is doubtful whether urban middle class India would celebrate the gender transgressions of an earlier age. In her essay called Stree Bhumika on Parsi stage, Kathleen Hansen has interestingly argued about this point, that these three parties, what were the requirements? Why women were detoured deliberately from certain kind of practices? And there are a few ideas that she comes up with. For instance, the stigma that was assigned to certain kind of theatrical practices. For instance, the so-called good ladies, for that matter, were not really allowed to be on the stage because there were various, there's different kind of stigma that was attached to certain practices. So female impersonators seem to have played various types of stage roles. On one hand, there was the romantic heroine, beloved of the hero, and inevitably an embodiment of feminine perfection and modesty. All right? But the larger problem here that you would find is with the stigma that was attached to acting back then. The preconceptions about the difficulty of finding actresses have been utilized to dismiss or evade the phenomenon of female impersonation. It has been held that because of the stigma connected to acting and the relegation of singing, dancing, and other performative practices, this particular art form marginalize certain kind of aspiring actors. It was considered, the stigma was so strong that they said that only courtesans class would practice such endeavors, and the respectable women were not really allowed in such spaces. an extreme social disadvantage with respect to the stage easily be seen, and were not only unwilling to become actresses, but were ill-equipped for its rigorous and lacking in skills. Even in the early years of filmmaking, suitable women were said to be unavailable, and that's why uh, one of the first films or cinema for that matter, Dada Saib Phalke for that matter, he could not really catch hold of any female actors on the stage. Now we're talking about cinema, right? Of course, we'd also be coming to Laura Malby's idea of gaze in a while. We'll also try to compare the gaze in a live performance and in a closed theater where there is a certain kind of secrecy being maintained. So Dada Phalke himself had a lot of problem to find female actors for his earlier cinematic endeavors. Now, one cannot really say clearly that there was no absolute involvement of women on the stage. There were few actors, actresses who would actually try to space out their space in such endeavors earlier, but then again, it was not very easy for them to get over with this stigma. So there was a restricted women's access to this particular profession. The historical record shows that for a considerable duration, the employment of female impersonators and actresses overlapped. They effectively competed against each other, but could not really find financiers, could not really reach larger audience, let's say. One of the reasons why this happens is because on the one hand, that the society believes that only certain kind of women could practice this. Let me take one example from Marathi theatrical tradition. I'm sure we are aware of the traditions like Lavani and Tamasha, right? Now, if you think about Tamasha or Lavani, which are again theatrical representations, certain kind of eroticism is allowed, certain kind of enunciation is allowed, certain kind of erotica is displayed. So it's more of a display show in a sense, where there is a laughter, there is involvement, there is gaze exchange, there is mischief, and there is also a kind of scopophilia which is involved in this particular endeavor. Now, why I'm raising this particular point at this juncture is because when you look at these pictures that are displaying on your screen, please also let's not forget that Lavani and Tamasha also has its origin in music. But what we are also looking at a different kind of musics and musicalities. On the one hand, when we talk about Bal Gandharva, the audience is quite aware that this particular musical tradition is classic. It has, it has a touch of that spirituality in it, that touch of classicalness in it. Whereas Lavani and Tamasha would have a very contemporary, a very harsh tone to it, harsh note to it. One could always maneuver those moves or dance, but in order to become a female impersonator like Bal Gandharva, you had to train yourself, you had to become somebody else, So that's the major difference that these two kind of parallel theatrical practices would look at. On the one hand, one is considered to be more enlightening because you're singing about gods, you're talking about gods. It's perhaps the same argument one could make about miracle plays or interludes or masks, earlier in Elizabethan theatre. Something of that we need to understand before we dive into what exactly Bal Gandharva's impression or what exactly he means by a holy presentation on theatre. Because Bal Gandharva himself was hesitant of women acting on the stage. Though he was very orthodox in his own ways, but he himself at a point, in fact, said that women should not really be allowed on the stage. Now, there are various reasons why this happens. Of course, we'll get into that power politics in the later stages. But this distinction is very crucial in order to understand what kind of drama are we looking at. Then, if we look at the gender dynamics of Bal Gandharva now, also kind of look at these world famous portraits that he has done. Now, these are the picture on the left is slightly clearer. There's a better light being thrown and perhaps better developed. Now, this is Bhamini, where Man Apman, this is a play called Man Apman, and this was considered to be one of the earlier social and reformative plays. Now, by this time, by the first decade of 20th century, this particular traditional form has changed itself. It's not only about examples or rather excerpts of Ramayana and Mahabharata epics. Now, what they're also trying to do is they're also trying to make it more contemporary in taste, thematically, or visually, and all that is happening. So now please pay attention to the way she has draped this sari. This in fact is called, it's not exactly sari in Maharashtrian tradition, it's also called lugda, all right? And this would in fact cover her body, but at the same time also please try to understand the appeal in this particular attire. You know, there is a certain kind of appeal to it. There is certain kind of draw to it, which you are interested, which is enigmatic, which is very helpful to understand the situation. But at the same time, it provides, or rather offers, this particular character a very interesting power play between the audience and of course the actor. Now, what I mean by this particular power play is that the audience is aware of the fact that the person who has impersonated himself is in real life is a male character. But for this particular experience, what they also do is they try to transform the idea of understanding that this particular character right now does not really matter if it is a male or female, and most of the time it has largely to do with the visual aspect of it. But what distinguishes Bal Gandharva from other characters is perhaps his musicality. Now, I have an excerpt. I'm not sure if how technically well we all are equipped, and I'm not really sure if you'll be able to listen to this very rare excerpt, which is easily available on YouTube. Let me play this particular sound. So what I mean here is that the idea of power play here is that it's not just visual. Why one particular character has more say, more role, more space in a particular play is not just because the audience is aware that he's somebody else, he's not what he is, but rather it's more of visual and acoustic. So that distinction one needs to remember. Let me try and play this video and audio clip. Now, this particular character on your right is Bal Gandharva, and this particular play is called Mirabai, and she's going to sing this very famous Marathi adaptation of Mirabai's abhangs into a song. So please pay attention, and I hope you are able to listen. So you do get the point. What I was trying to say, that there is this interesting thing that is happening here. You are stimulated visually, at the same time you are also transported in a different state by looking at a character that you are aware of the fact that he or she is not the one, but he or she has the power of transporting you to different world altogether. So that's what I meant by uh, this power play. Of course, we'll come to this point slightly later. Now, so this was the background of what I wanted to talk about. Now we'll get into the gender dynamics of Balgandhar. What constitutes a different kinds of understanding of certain ideas, certain practices, and why his or her gender becomes important, and why certain kind of practices should or should not be considered when you're trying to analyze certain practices. So let me begin this particular slide. Just a sec. Yeah. All right. Now, this is a major argument that I try to make. I have tried to look at ideas from Professor Devre, who is also co-faculty in University of Hyderabad, who also talks about the gender and personal problem in Bal Gandharva. Then I've also looked at Meera Koshambi's ideas of culture, impersonation, performance. I've also tried to look at Anna Thompson's ideas of performative or performing gender. That's the term that you see on your screen. And I have observed few interesting, for me at least, findings in this particular actor's endeavor and the impressions that he leaves later. So Meera Kosambi, in fact, begins in a very interesting argument where she says that does the gender, like beauty, lie in the eye of the beholder? Or does certain section of male audiences like to see men dressed as women on stage? In reference to real women, how is Bal Gandharva's unprecedented hegemony over female roles in the musical theatre to be explained? Over the ages, female impersonation has been common to most cultures because respectable women were barred from publicly entertaining men. The novelty here is not merely Gandharva's successful female impersonations, but his iconization as the new woman. Now, what she also means by new woman here is that she not just Bal Gandharva does not just solidify his place on the stage, but it in fact becomes an icon of this new woman. This particular new woman is not is not a threat in society. It's not a threat to male gaze on the stage. She's in fact somebody to know. She's somebody to get inspired from. And one interesting dynamics that one could in fact think about is the female impersonator here is affecting on two different levels. One to men and the other to women. Now, how does it affect to men? There are arguments which, of course, I have problems with. For instance, that the male gaze is aware of the fact that the gender is a performance. He is performing the gender and he's just playing the gender for a while. That's one thought of line. And in this particular exchange, there are chances that a different kind of invocations take place. A certain kind of erotica could be generated. For instance, if you remember and go back to the pictures in your memory lane, look at the way how these dugdas or saris are draped around, all right? They accentuate certain body parts. They try to always catch hold of your gaze. And as we know, as Anne Thompson also says, that male gaze is always privileged, you know. So yes, male gaze is being privileged. There may be chances where the idea of this homoerotica, heteroerotica could be generated. But on the other hand, how does it influence women? Now, there are various levels on which this new woman, in fact, symbolizes or stands as an icon for if there is anything like female gaze. That what it does is it idealizes a form, which let me take another example for that matter. Think about the Shakespearean hero for that matter. All right, that he is like you, at the same time he's not like you. So perhaps that parallel, if one could draw here. So for women, what is happening is they, at least at that point of time, they were happy that somebody is representing them. Number one, they said that on my behalf, somebody else is performing me. So that's what I mean by the performativity of this particular gender. So on the one hand, male gaze, being male gaze, has a different kind of outlook at it. And this new woman also helps understand women to believe in something that they are perhaps come to an agreement with. But also, let's not forget about the hegemonic nature of these two different kinds of parallel interpretative strategies here. Because for male, of course, one could really look into it. But for women here in this particular situation, this is a very strategic, a very cleverly maneuvered hegemonic form of new woman, which convinces you that you are good where you are sitting. You are being a witness. That's all is required. Because I represent you, I fill your shoes, but at the same time, what this new woman is also doing is idealizing the form, which again pushes the boundaries of these women who are the audience, that one need not just look at her as a woman representation, but the danger lies in the emulation part. You in fact try to emulate what she stands for. Now, of course, to this particular point, we'll also come a little later, shortly, but try to understand this particular distinction, right? That iconization as a new woman for male gaze and female gaze. We'll get to this point also soon enough. So, women during his lifetime and his enduring legacy that still requires actresses assessing his roles to imitate him closely in order not only to prove their musical credentials, but also to validate their femininity. All right. Now, there are various other influences that Bal Gandharva's presence on stage would have. You know, people would in fact try to imitate him the way he imitates. And one of the very interesting things that happens here is that his mannerisms. You know, how convincingly he portrays that. For that, pardon me, but I need to show you the observations that are made by the then famous actress, of course, theater actress, at the same time, cinema actress, film actress on Marathi stage, and of course, Hindi. I'm sure you heard about somebody called Durga Kote, who you may remember from Mughal-e-Azam movie, The Mother. Let's see what she has to say about Bal Gandharva. Now, I'm not going to read everything. This is from her autobiography, Mi Durga Kote in Marathi, which appears in Gender, Culture and Performance by Meera Kosambi. Now, look at the way how she describes Bal Gandharva. They had a very close associations on stage, off stage. And she says, even today, I honestly feel that such natural beauty of Narayan Rao, his physique was shapely enough, his movements were graceful, he was very natural. There was almost no trace of the physical movements or effeminate gestures. He was very attractive, and he had an attractive personality and sharply figure for skin eloquent eyes. All right. Now, please pay attention to what she's talking about. She's trying to talk about a man dressed in woman's form, and that's why I said if there is anything like a female gaze, one could in fact try to trace this particular idea here. In the second observation, what she also says is, but it is also completely true that Narayan Rao's acting did not seem distorted or unnatural. The gestures, dress, jewelry of the heroines he played seemed to be those of aristocratic women of a high lineage. Now, this particular point again takes us back to the idea of emulation. You are aware of the fact that she represents you, he represents you, but at the same time, there's a distance, there's this metaphorical distance between you and me, how she dresses, how she carries herself on stage and all that. The rich silk saris and stoles he bought for his roles as heroines were very expensive and fine textured. He wore only the saris that would tightly mold and decorate the body. So this was the point that I was trying to talk about, that look at the maneuvering of these two gazes. All right, let's go back to the earlier idea that we were talking about. All right, now think about the mannerisms. The video, I'm not sure if that did justice to what the point that I want to make here. The mannerisms, the idea of Ardhanarishwar, Ardhanarishwar for that matter, or androgynous character. So if you observe that particular video, this is quite evident. And even his acting style was extremely, extremely convincing. The reason why Gandharva could so effectively transform himself was not because he was like a woman or womanly, but because of his womanliness. His was a masculinity that was very much in touch with its feminine side, which enabled him very powerfully to portray female roles. This womanliness and masculinity in touch with femininity is a masculinity that embodied femininity within it. So the idea of within and outside. Balgandharva was a deeply sensitive, compassionate, trusting and emotional man. It was these qualities more than anything else that allowed him to become the characters that I mentioned, or the images that you saw, Bhamini, Rukmini, Devyani, Sindhu and all that. And these mannerisms in the later stages transforms into a fashion icon, transform him in a fashion icon, equally for female and male. His fashions for women's dress and behavior, first he expanded the 9-yard Maharashtrian sari, the lugha that I was talking about, to 10 yards. Later in his life, when he had gained weight, he switched to the 6-yard version, which does not wrap around between the legs, a factor leading to greater liberation of women, according to one of the in one of the biographies. Nadkarni talks about this very idea. He popularized embroidered jackets that were worn over sari blouses and brought into vogue hairstyle such as the bun, strings of flower worn in their jewelry, such as nut or the nose rings, if you can see it here, nose ornaments, and practice of carrying handkerchiefs, if you could see that here. This is a part of Pallu, but in one of the pictures, he's in fact holding maybe this one, I'm not sure, the handkerchief. Now, these were how he becomes an icon, a fashion icon back then. Equally for men's fashion, the Gandharva cap, Gandharva turban, Gandharva coat and trousers were very famous. Photos of him in his female roles adorned the drawing rooms of elite homes, and many firms use the image to advertise their products, example calendars, diaries and stationeries, especially this particular picture. You would find it almost any calendar of his time, it was extremely famous. This particular picture is also colored and put in Balgandharva Kala Mandir in Pune. It was initiated by the municipal corporation and another very famous Marathi writer, Pula Deshpande, who in fact helps, because Pula Deshpande was a huge fan of Balgandharva, who in fact helped him become a better artist in a sense. They have a very interesting anecdotes to tell about him. So this is what I mean by the fashion icon that he transformed himself into. Then we come to the next, another important point of the audience and the role of audience when Bal Gandharv would perform. So people in his audiences knew well that he was a man dressed as a woman. He appealed to both of them. Both aspects are significant here. The audience knew he was a man, but momentary erasure of that fact as he transcendented his body appealed to them. The stage became a space where gender transgressions could be explored and fantasized about in ways that made gender boundaries fuzzy. Even as they remained fairly well defined otherwise, his appeal may have drawn on traditional concepts within Indian traditions, such as Ardhanarishwar that we already talked about. Certainly, the presence of masculine and feminine or androgynous god does not arouse fear or suspicion. Now, that's the point that I was trying to make earlier, right? Being a beautiful woman and handsome man at the same time is the very reason he was so loved and was so successful. For the audiences who turned Bal Gandharv into an icon, he represented the play of imagination and opening up of many possibilities with respect to gender and personhood, especially among the middle classes, where these were more rigidly defined. Even as his identity as a man remained fixed, he was also rising above gender in becoming a woman, suggesting a priority of boundaries. Most importantly, and the feminine in the masculine and the transcendence, the man-woman body exists in all human beings. This could account for what Khote that we just saw her observations, the puzzle that is Bal Gandharv, as both artist himself and as received by those who loved him. All right. Now, this also creates different kind of impression in the minds of the audience, doesn't it? Despite of their gender, it in fact creates a fan base where there's a lot of emotional investment that goes on in, right? And that's how perhaps the idea of celebrity studies could come in a little later. I'll talk about that. That's my last point, by the way. So there's a certain kind of emotional investment on the audience's behalf. Bal Gandharv was a deeply sensitive, compassionate, trusting, and emotional man. It was these qualities that made him solidify his place in this theatrical tradition. Now, another important point of his gender dynamics as a man, passing as a man, he appeals to senses. What I mean by this is that there are the desired end of this particular performance of gender was that the female impersonator appeared so natural that he could not be distinguished from a real woman. In this, from the repeated mention of the necessity of the female impersonator having an appropriate voice and physical features, it is clear that hearing and seeing were the senses actively engaged by the spectators. All right. So the senses, as I talked about earlier, the visual and acoustic, and also think about the stage decorated or painted. Let me give one instance. In one of the plays, if I'm not wrong, I think it's Draupadi incident, where Bal Gandharv in fact calls Baburao Painter. I'm sure some of us might have heard about it, who are doing cinema studies, film studies. In fact, he pays 72,000 rupees to just create that enigmatic set, and Baburao Painter in fact colors it. And we're talking about second decade of 20th century, and 72,000 rupees was a huge sum for them, you know. But he was that kind of artist. So why we are also looking at the visual, it also always appeals to the senses, and that's why he was passed as a woman. He was accepted as a woman on the stage and respected, and was not really looked at in a strange manner, or let's say how Laura Malvi talks about to be looked at-ness. We have that point as well. All right. So the training of these senses through the act of theatrical spectatorship, a process which quickened in the 19th century, is evident in the large frames within which the female impersonator performed. Notably, uh, the settings, look at the distance that is created, the elaborated painted backdrops, the curtains, the predominance of musical sound through orchestra and singing and musical interludes. So think about that particular feeling, that would accentuate your senses and appeal to the senses. And that's when perhaps you 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 accept that this particular character has certain role to play and there's an acceptance. But we'll come to the denial part slightly little later. Next point that I need to raise is the narrative strategy and gender, gender as a narrative device. All right. Uh, the pretense motive, it could be read in various ways depending on the dramatic text and the spectator's preconditioned interpretive apparatuses. Many classical and folk tales from the subcontinent employ gender disguise as a narrative device. To bring the hero into closer proximity with the heroine, the hero disguises as a female to get past a guard, enter a garden, seduces the heroine. Transvestism in these cases only thinly cloak a somewhat aggressive male heterosexuality, and the transitivity, rather than being read as a woman or as identifying emotionally with her, is actually understood as very much a man, and potentially a threat to the woman's honor and that of her male kin. This coarse comic mode of cross-dressing is found in various folk theatre forms, and may have featured in farcical skits that were presented. Now, think about the Shakespearean comedies for that matter, all right? It has a different purpose behind it, and that's exactly what we are trying to talk about. The purpose behind certain kind of gender, where narrative becomes a tool of certain kind of narrative technique. For instance, the pathos, how well you appeal to the audience, how well you connect with the audience. For instance, Shakespearean comedies, the idea of disguise in Shakespearean comedies, of course, there are levels of that kind of disguise. You have the pangs of love or maybe a test, maybe humor and all that. But here, how well you in fact touch the chords of pathos, those emotions or rasas in that sense, and how well you narrate the story, how well you sing, how well, because the moment you are there, it would in fact be the highlight of that particular performance when you start singing, right? So it would be something like, let's say, the to be or not to be soliloquy or aside, whatever you want to call it, right? The highlighting point, how well you transform your audience. In contrast, the kinds of roles mentioned in connection with Bal Gandharva suggest a high mimetic mode of female impersonation, particularly in conjunction with scenes of pathos and tragedy, as found in epics and domestic melodramas. The many references to an acting method based on identification with feminine sensibility suggest that in these roles, actors tries to disguise their male gender. Characteristically, photographs of our male heroines with heads bent in submission, or eyes gazing up to the hero, or body turned away coyly, and how well you play the tragic woman, or wronged wife, or victim, or the Ablanari. That creates this particular pathos. That itself becomes a tool in narration. The next point which comes to mind is that how this all is a gender stunt, this spectatorial position, how it in fact manipulates and thrives on this particular relationship where you have already appealed to the senses. Now a certain kind of pathos is generated. There's a certain kind of communication that has already been established, and that's when this particular gender stunt in fact solidifies itself. Apart from his personal appeal, Gandharva's plays were popular because they were grand spectacles. Using extravagant sets, he insisted on the authenticity of all costumes and sets in the mythological plays. The magnificent sets would have would have been a feast for audience's eyes. The auditorium smelled of sweet-smelling attar, which was burnt in lamps, and rose petals, which were showered on the actors as they entered the stage. All the props had to look as genuine as possible, as the actors wore silver gilded crowns instead of fake ones. Their jewelry was semi-precious, and the floors were laid with embroidery carpets, each worth of 20,000 rupees, and so on and so forth. It goes on and on. So look at the way how once you have created this very interesting hegemonic relationship with you and the audience, and how well you perform your gender stunt with these artificiality of it, keeping in mind that you don't really overdo it. And then the institution of female impersonation, how values, acceptance and emulation takes place. We already touched upon this particular point, but this spectatorial position, the pleasure or witnessing a gender stunt, whipping while feeling a homoerotic buzz rather, may well have surpassed the pleasure of seeing a real woman on the stage, a sensation that could have been quite discomforting, at least initially. The sight of a woman in public was enveloped in such moral condemnation, and the actress's low status was re-inscribed in the theatrical discourse itself. The spectator's response could not be expected to be one of the authentic attraction or sympathy. For the viewer, thus, his or her ability to read the actress as other than prostitute, the female impersonator offered a pleasant surrogate. All right? She is a substitute of all that reminds you of the badness of theater, let's say. Naturally, his acceptability was exploited by company managers, advertisers, and so forth and so on. Jewelry, fetishes of feminine appearances cannot be accounted for without reference to growing consumer economy. All right. So once you have established all this, value is generated. You consider whatever the character does or stand for is the moral life, or the moral code in Coleridge's term, let's say. All right, the values. And that's the next step, is the acceptance of that character on the stage. And the last, the emulation part that we talked about. And then comes this point of how scopophilia, or a pleasure of looking, can also be thought about when we are talking about certain kind of performative practices. The physical attraction generated by a cross-dress performer through the gaze and the voice would travel into various types of roles and dramatic situations, interesting with other kinds of responses. The male-to-male dynamic was a major factor in the passionate idealization of impersonators like Balgandhar. A male spectator appreciating a female impersonator with his gaze, and a female spectator appreciating him with non-erotic interest complicates the situation considerably. All right. Now, there's always this idea of to be looked at-ness, right? And when Balgandhar dresses like that, there's this is quite evident, right? But as we also talked about, that one particular male gaze perhaps has this idea of homoerotic undertone to it, whereas for the female gaze or look, it's rather the idea of female correction, where she thinks that it's justifiable in that sense. And perhaps the last point, or maybe I have more, belief in the willing suspension of disbelief. What I mean by this is that in performing certain stunts or performing as the other gender, one of the interesting observations one could make is from Anna Thompson's essay called Performing Gender, where she points out that the male actor are not playing women, but performing women, all right? They focus on the performance of the gender and not gender per se, in a specific manner, in more exaggerated, more graphic manner of theatrical quotes, and most of the time the male gaze is privileged. That's her take on this particular idea. And this is where I think that this belief in this disbelief uh, creates this idea of acceptance on the stage, at the same time the denial of the performing gender. Now, how does that happen? Now, think about a situation where uh, you have come to an understanding or arrangement where you have said that this particular actor is performing this particular role for only this phase of time. That's perfectly fine. But the denial comes only in the later stages. And when does it arise? To give you an example, in his later lives, Bal Gandharva, when he started getting old, he got bald, he got fat, and he could not really become the then Rukmini for that matter, all right, or the then character that he was. Now, what he does, he also gets into film. He signs 6 films with Prabhat Theatre, very prominent earlier studios in Maharashtra. And out of that, he could only do one, and that's the name of the movie is in fact, he does it with V. Shantaram, Dharmatma, where he becomes Sant Eknath, and perhaps this was the point where the denial also was quite evident. There was nothing that was wrong with the cinematic mode, perhaps. What created problem for the audience is perhaps the way in which they have always witnessed this particular character, the way they have perceived this character. They could not really take him up as a male character for that matter, And that denial comes only when he is transformed into what he really is. So that's why the acceptance is the acceptance of this fictionality, the fictional character. But the values are considered to be true. The emulation is considered to be moral. But he's right away denied when he sings as Sant Eknath in his movies. And that's why this denial is also possible in different modes. And lastly, he almost becomes a celebrity of his time. And he, in fact, has his very strong fan base. And one could, in fact, think about him, or even in his musical style, his classical style. One could, in fact, draw a line and say that his style of singing, his performativity of this particular gender surpasses this very normative idea of male-female transformations. And what he does is he takes it to a step further, where a very strong and hardcore fan base has been created. And perhaps this is where I had earlier, as I had said, that celebrity studies could come in play, and one could in fact look at how he almost becomes celebrity, knowing the limitations, knowing the denial, but he creates this very strong fan base, which in later stages could also be considered which could also be put into 2 categorizations. Maybe how in popular culture we talk about classy versus massy, So something like that. These fan base become very classy in that sense, because you need to understand the nuances of certain kind of music, the music that he comes up with, the music that is spiritual in nature and all that. So this fan base is also aware of perhaps the parcel, the package, the baggage that this particular tradition, this particular performer brings with him, So that's how perhaps the earlier fan bases, and if somebody wants to look into the celebrity studies in Marathi theatre, Marathi cinema, I firmly believe that maybe Bal Gandharva would be the right artist to approach. And that's what I had to say and offer. Thank you. Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, all right. So I hope you all were present when I was presenting, right?
Definitely, sir. We were eagerly listening to your lecture. It was really a mesmerizing one with so many interesting slides. We are just waiting for Dr. Tuhin Mojumdar to give his views and observations. And if time permits, few questions were there, sir. So over to
I
you, Tuhinda.
understand. I might have dragged it a little bit. Yes, whenever you are ready.
Tuhinda, can you hear me? You are visible, but I do not have any sound from your end. Dr. Tuhin Mojumdar, are you there? Girish sir, it seems that he is having certain network issues.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes.
Okay,
yes.
okay. There are a lot of technical issues going around.
I understand.
I'm sorry and apologies for that. I missed out with the introduction. Dr. Girish Power is an assistant professor of English at the University of Hyderabad. He earned his MPhil and PhD from English and Foreign Language University, and his areas of interest are popular literature, new literature in English, theatre, and modern literature. I met Professor Girish at refresher course in Hyderabad University, and I must thank him once again for readily agreeing to be a part of this webinar. Last but not the least, most importantly, today is Dr. Girish's birthday, and he has taken time out of his schedule and back from family. So thank you once again for that. My birthday wishes to you, sir. And your talk foregrounded the fuzzy boundaries between gender, recognizing gender as a performative construct and its fluidity. It also challenged the colonial constructions of hypermasculinity. Now, I have received quite a few questions, but due to time constraints, I could just ask maybe a couple, where Srija had asked that Bal Gandharva was imitated by middle-class Hindu women during that era. Do you think that dressing up as a cultural icon is counterproductive to the plurality of representation of Indian women?
Okay. Should I answer it right away, or I should listen to all of them and then answer?
Okay, the second question is probably an observation regarding why cross-dressing in that era is a reflection of prohibition of female participation in art and theatre.
Okay. All right. Let me begin from answering the second question first. The idea of prohibition was, in fact, as I pointed out earlier, it was a very strategic and cultural hegemonic in nature. Usually these troops were managed and run by the Jagirdars or powerful Brahmins who had very strong political connections. Now, at the same time, they would not just have one particular Sangeet Mandali, they would have various. But out of all these, they would have premium institutes. They would have premium Sangeet Mandalis, for that matter, associations, groups. So, for instance, if Bal Gandharva is in Kolhapur Sangeet Mandali, then if there is a second Kolhapur Sangeet Mandali, which will look into, let's say, Launi, Tamasha, and other forms of dramatic ventures. But there would always be this exclusivity where the mega stars like Bal Gandharva would always perform. So, yes, this was a very conscious and uh, uh, hegemonic in nature, where only uh, certain privileged or well-known faces would be given chances rather than just women. And we are not denying the fact that women were not really present. Women were very much present, but they could not really succeed because they were uh, they were categorized. Let's say that at this point of time you can only do this kind of job. Let's say Launi, Tamasha, more exotic in nature. But Ardhanarishwar, let's say, would try to justify the pure, the sublime, at the same time uh, accepted form of erotica, if one could add into that. So largely it was a cultural practice, the Brahmanical setup that they had. The backup would be of very strong political alliances. For instance, the Maharaja of Kolhapur or Maharaja of Gujarat, so they would fund and be patrons of these groups. So they would never really take this chance of defaming these big names for that matter. But yes, there were other forms of entertainments for that matter. For example, there was a very famous actress at this particular time called Miss Bhole, all right? And she was quite famous. She was beautiful, but again, she could not really succeed the way these male impersonators could succeed. Now, along with Bal Gandharva, there were a few others in his troupe who were also very famous, not as famous as Bal Gandharva, but yes, but they were more financially secure. They would have more opportunities. They would have wider reach, better audience, so to say. I hope that answers the second question.
There were two other observations.
Right.
One from a very contemporary film, which was done by Ayushmann Khurrana. It's called Dream Girl, where he was impersonated as a female.
Right.
And another from a very popular Bahaduri from Bengali Jatra, where it refers to that the transformation is also from the biological male to the psychological female.
Right.
So this is the observation from one of the participants.
Yeah, that's a very interesting observation. To add to this interesting corpus of cinema, one could actually look at 2011 cinema, which came out in 2011. The movie is called Bal Gandharva. It's made by the same guy who also made Natrang, Ravi Jadhav. Yes, Ravi Jadhav. So Subodh Bhave is the lead in this movie. This also, in fact, justifies to what he stood for. All right, allow me to go back to the first question. Where can you please repeat that question?
Okay, it says that the dressing up is a form of a cultural icon that is counterproductive to the plurality of representation of Indian women.
Okay, now it's perhaps one of very interesting questions. Yes, in a way, what you're trying to say is perhaps fits into our debate here. But also, let's not forget the fact that this middle class women, the bourgeoisie so-called, but also let's not forget the very fundamental idea that the idea of bourgeoisie now we have was very much different from earlier, right? Now, these were the women who were also, in a way, had privileges to visit, let's say, the playhouses for that matter, right? They would, in fact, be able to read in Sanskrit. Now, in short, what I also mean is that they had these luxuries where they could actually go. They could only be witnesses, but not really participants. The only space that they could carve out for themselves would be in the day-to-day life. To add to your surprise, even the husbands of these women would, in fact, force them to behave in a certain way, to speak like Bal Gandharva, to dress like Bal Gandharva, to wear the nut that I had shown you in the pictures. So, yes, you are right in a way, but he had become such a fashion icon that I mean, willy-nilly, you just could not stop and resist. And to talk about this particular idea more, if you happen to watch this movie, which is available on Amazon Prime, there's a very peculiar scene where this Brahmin privileged woman who goes to play houses says, goes to this sari shop and says, "Don't you really have Gandharva sari or Lugra? Don't you have that?" You know. So yes, you are right. It affects the plurality. Now this is one section, that the privileged section that we are talking about. But what about the other section who never really into it, who never really witnessed this? So there are sections and pockets like that who were hardly aware of this. So yes, still this particular drama back then was the drama of privileged class. So right in that sense.
Thank you, Dr. Girish. I see we don't have enough time to attend all the questions, to address all the queries.
Yes, I understand.
Sorry for that, due to time constraint. We have to move on to the vote of thanks and the valedictory session. Thank you once again. Thank you for your time. Over to Madhu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. It was a delight to listen to you. Thank you very much. Now we would move on and go to our advisors of the organizing committee, Dr. Alok Bhomik, coordinator of IQAC, to say a few words before valedictory session and give his vote of thanks. Dr. Alok Bhomik, over to you, sir.
Very good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yes. Very good afternoon, everybody. Now it is my turn. We are near about the completion of our 2-day webinar. This is the formalities to give vote of thanks. I am very humbled and honored to be giving the vote of thanks in such a distinguished and intellectually stimulating gathering. It is our regular practice to organize seminar in our college at departmental level, state level, national level or international level, but present pandemic situation compelled us to choose this new platform to continue our academic practices for both students and faculty. We are extremely grateful to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of our university, Dr. Devnarayan Bandyopadhyay, for his inspirational inaugural speech. On behalf of Khatra Adibasi Mahavidyalaya, Department of English, Webinar Organizing Committee, and the entire supporting organization, technical team, let me call it fraternity of academic exercise here together, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all distinguished speakers for gracing your important work and sharing with us your findings and opinions in 2 days. Women's empowerment is a process in which women gain greater share of control over resources, material, human, and intellectual like knowledge, information, ideas, and financial resources like money and access to money and control over decision making in the home, community, society, and nation. And to gain power, gender discrimination is a part of gender sensitization in our society. Weaker section women are facing many problems. Our valued speakers represented gender sensitization both in textual and contextual perspectives. So I thank to them. Professor Nilanjana Dev, Dr. Dhriti Rai Dalai, Dr. Sneha Kaur Chaudhuri, Dr. Nandita Banerjee, Dr. Sonia Sahu, and Dr. Girish D. Pawar. It is our gratitude to them. We are very happy to organize such a seminar. Without them, it was not possible. And coming future, we want to organize several this type of seminars with them. Now, a big thank to participants of the webinar, faculty from all over India, research scholars and students who patiently listened and enjoyed the webinar. Participants were very enthusiastic. I am thankful to all the participants for attending the webinar. I'm sure that the participants, especially our beloved students, must have benefited by participating in this webinar. We are also thankful to our TIC, Sri Kollankanti Dotto, for his wholehearted cooperation and inspiration. I sincerely thank the Secretary Teachers Council and advisor of the webinar, Dr. Parthasarathi Hati, Assistant Professor in Bengali of our college, for his valuable suggestions. Department of English, now again a big thank to them, entire Department of English for taking initiative to organize such a webinar on a very significant, relevant topic. No thanks is sufficient for convener Madhumita and organizing secretary to him. I am also thankful to Dr. Muhammad Asif Iqbal, Assistant Professor in Mathematics of our college, in general for providing us with all possible technical advice and support towards organizing this event. I thank Shivabrata Dotto, office staff of our college, for his enthusiastic cooperation in the webinar. I take this opportunity to thank all the technical persons, especially Sri Shubhashish Dotto, for providing their valuable technical support in the webinar. Thanks to also YouTube viewer now who are viewing our channel, those who are not registered. Once again, thank everyone whose contribution has made this webinar a successful one. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir, for your graceful address and vote of thanks. We are really indebted to you for gratefully thanking all of us for this webinar. Now, as the valedictory session begins, as the convener of this webinar, and as it concludes today, I am quoting from Mrs. Madhuri of PG Department of Commerce, and I'm in her cue, I'm saying, gratitude unlocks the fullness of life. It turns what we have into enough and more. It turns denial into acceptance, chaos to order, confusion to clarity. It can turn a stranger into a friend. Gratitude makes sense of a past, brings peace for today, and creates vision for a better future, a tomorrow. On this note, on behalf of Khatra Adibasi Mahavidyalaya, Department of English and IQAC, I would like to propose a hearty vote of thanks to each and every person who has contributed to the overwhelming success of this two-day national webinar entitled Gender Matters, Texts and Contexts. At the outset, I thank our patron, teacher in charge, Sir Sri Kollankanti Dotto, for his continuous support and encouragement in this endeavor. I am joyed to thank our advisors, TCS Dr. Parthasarathi Hati and IQAC Coordinator Dr. Alok Bhaumik for their valuable support and suggestions in conducting this webinar. I want to put into record our sincere gratitude to our revered guest of honor, Vice Chancellor Professor Debnarayan Bandyopadhyay, for taking time out of his busy schedule and inaugurating this webinar. I want to put forward a hearty vote of thanks to our esteemed resource persons, Dr. Nilanjana Dev, Dr. Dhriti Rai Dalai, Dr. Sneha Kaur Chaudhary, who graced their presence by giving eloquent speeches and thought-provoking sessions on the first day of the webinar. I also extend sincere thanks to our esteemed speakers of today, Dr. Nandita Banerjee Dhawan, Dr. Sonia Shahu, and Dr. Girish Dipawar for their outstanding lectures on various aspects of gender and making this webinar an enriching experience. I want to sincerely thank our organizing secretary, Dr. Tuhin Mujumdar, for his continuing support and help in organizing this webinar. I, for one, could not have been done this alone. So definitely he has been a great source of help. I'm also grateful to our organizing committee members, Mr. Ujjwal Kumar Bishwas, Assistant Professor of English, and Mr. Krishna Laik for his involvement and support. I am joyed to extend a huge vote of thanks to our technical advisor, Dr. Mohammad Asif Iqbal sir, for his relentless work and support in making this webinar a reality. Without his support and help, we could not have been able to make it possible. So thank you so much, sir. And last but not the least, I want to mention and thank our faculty members of our college, namely Shirupa Bhattacharji and Rima Bari, for being there with us all these sessions. I might have missed some of you, but definitely I extend hearty thanks to you all. And lastly, I want to thank our office staff, Shivabroto Dotto, Mr. Shivabroto Dotto, for his support and encouragement. And I want to thank our technical support team by CMS Industries, and especially a special thanks to Shubhashish Dotto for supporting us and helping us with his technical expertise. Thank you so much. With this encouraging note, I would like to conclude and end my valedictory note. Thank you everyone for your utmost support and encouragement for making this webinar a massive success. Stay well, stay safe. Goodbye.
ইনস্ট্রাকশনটা করবেন না টেকনিক্যাল এক্সচেঞ্জ মোরাল এবার থ্যাংকস ফর এখন আমি দেখতে পাইনি এখন আমি দেখতে পাইনি গান আমি এখানে পড়ে ইউটিউবের ব্রডকাস্ট আমি বললে এন্ড